Okay, staff, are you ready? Yep. I apologize for the delay of starting of the meeting. Everybody, welcome to today's meeting, February 8, 2024. I see a lot of familiar faces in the gallery. Glad to have you here. Please turn your phones off or put them on silent. All those that are going to be on any of these cases for or not in favor of what's going on here this morning, did you already register for testimony? Okay. Thank you very much. Roll call of officers, please.
Commissioner Underwood. Commissioner Lear.
Here.
Commissioner Montañez.
Present.
Commissioner Jimenez.
Present.
Commissioner Zarges.
Here.
Vice Chair Zerniak. Chair Acosta.
Present. Okay, item number 2, approval or changes to the agenda. Chair entertains a motion.
Move the agenda as presented.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor. It's second. Any discussion on the motion? No discussion. Roll call, please.
No, I'm okay. I thought you seconded.
Commissioner Montañez.
Yes.
Commissioner Lear.
Yes.
Commissioner Jimenez.
Yes.
Commissioner Zarges.
Yes.
Vice Chair Zerniak.
Yes.
Chair Acosta.
Yes. Oh, okay. Item number 3, approval of minutes of annual meeting of January 11, 2024. Chair entertains a motion.
I'll move that we approve the minutes from the annual meeting of January 11th, 2024.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor. It's been seconded. Any discussion on the motion? No discussion. Roll call.
Commissioner Montañez.
Yes.
Commissioner Lear.
Yes.
Commissioner Jimenez.
Yes.
Commissioner Zarges.
Yes.
Vice Chair Zerniak.
Yes.
Chair Acosta.
Yes. Item number 4, old business. Janine? All right. Item number 5, new business, case number Z23-018. Staff ready?
Good morning. Please state your name and address for the record.
Christopher Valencia, 845 North Motel Boulevard.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give today is the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Morning, Commissioners, Chair. For our first case this morning, 5A Z23018, we have the owner, applicant Jose Coronado. We're at 750 Lonesome Road. It's west of Las Cruces. We have the zoning. Initial zoning is a D2L, medium density residential zone, and his request is to change it to a C1 on a 1.5 acre portion within a larger 4.25 acre lot. Initially, the applicant came and applied for a C1 designation. It was overlooked by staff, and we actually found out that a C2 zone designation would be better for a commercial fencing company. But due to staff's recommendation of denial, we went ahead and left it because it was advertised as a C1. It will be up to the board if we did want to move forward with an approval, we would ask for a C2 designation. We left it as a C1 because it was advertised. Thank you. Here we have the location map. Here's 750 Lonesome, right off of West Picacho. This is an aerial photo of today's site. The proposed gate fence for the fencing company is right here. We also have a permitted structure from 2019 in red. We also see a lot of work done on the site. And there's also a primary residence here in the corner. The applicant is applying for a zone change just for this portion right here in the center. It's 4.25 total parcel, and the portion that he's trying to change is right in the middle for a fencing company. Here's the zoning map showing you the D2L zone. And then here's the applicant's site right there. We do have some commercial, C2 here. It's commercial about a half a mile away down Picacho, as well as there's a mixed use area, which is the KOA, right across the street from him. So there is some commercial, but it is a D2L zone. Prior to February 2nd, 2017, the subject was zoned as an ER4. It was to provide a single-family site-built home in low densities with recreational facilities and public uses. After the adoption of the UDC, the property was zoned to change to D2L, which is a medium-density residential, which is compatible to the ER4 zone that was the designation at that time. When the applicant visited community development on 11/21 of last year to come into compliance with violations, I apologize. The background is the applicant visited the office last year to come into compliance when, I apologize. During the discussion, discovered on site there was unpermitted structures, a large metal canopy, 2 Connex boxes, a rock wall fence surrounding a carport, and a larger building than the initial building that was permitted in 2019. There was also construction. All construction has been halted on site so that we can move forward while the zone change is being heard. And the D2L zone classification does not allow for a commercial fencing company. And a commercial designation would be a lot better for the appropriate zone. More of background, the applicant purchased the property in 2018. In 2019, April 2019, the permit was accepted for a large metal building for 1,200 square feet, and that was the building in red that we saw earlier. On 10/23 of last year, a flood inspector was visiting the property due to a complaint that there was excessive grading done on site. And there was also a commercial fencing business that was being operated on the property. There was found out there was no business registration for the fencing company. We also noted, the inspector noted there was wooden forms for a concrete foundation for a future casita that was unpermitted and that he was moving forward with within the residential portion that he was not changing. Again, the unpermitted portion of the property was 2 Connex boxes, a large metal canopy, which was an overhang shade structure on the original metal building. There was another larger building labeled carport, which has a rock wall surrounding 3 sides, was unpermitted. And there was also extensive work inside and outside of the property that was noted on the flood inspectors, which gave them a reason to open a case with the codes enforcement. Later on the year 11/23, last year, the applicant does visit the community development office in order to rid the property of violations and to come into compliance. He also applies for a zone change to a commercial zone to operate his commercial fencing company. And at that time, it was directed by building officials to move forward with the zone change before we do any kind of permitting for the commercial business, as well to catch up to any kind of building fees and costs. Here we see his site plan. The entrance to the commercial business would be right here off of Lonesome. The residence is right here, the southeast corner. And here's the portion, the 1.5 that's being changed, that the zone changes request within a residential zone. Looking at the land use aerial, here you can see the KOA, as well as mobile home park, more commercial here as well, along Picacho. So I'm on Weinreich Road. Here's the viewpoint. I'm here in the back looking at the property. There's the property line, understood property line here. Here is the center area, which is the fencing company in the center, the 1.5 acre that's being converted. Zone change, I'm sorry. And then the residence is up here on top of the hill. From Lonesome Road, we're looking south up to the residence, which is up on hill. And then here down below in the little valley area, there is also a arroyo that goes right through, a lot of grading done in that area. This is the fence company right there. We're looking east near the residence. Here's the residence's home in the little sort of arroyo there. Then here's the fencing company. The KOA is right there. Just to give you an understanding of where the property is at. On Lonesome Road, looking through where the wooden forms were for the future casita on Lonesome Road. The residence is right here as well, down the little valley, the fence company. Looking at the zone change evaluation requirements, the duties and planning of the zoning commission, as well as the general requirements, also looking at the zone changes and the decisional criteria. There were 14 letters of notification that were mailed out to property owners on the 12th of January, advising them of the zone change requests. There weren't any letters of opposition or support. The legal ads were placed in the January 12th newspaper, and the signs were posted to the website as well as the property. And here are the P&Z signs, the notification area in the front of the fencing company on Lonesome. Back here is on Weinreich, and that's the KOA right there. The area of notifications, here's where we sent all the notification letters to surrounding areas. For our analysis, the potential number of homes, if applicable, there are no homes going to be built within that portion of in that commercial zone. No change in population. The demographics, there'll be no change in demographics as well because it's just him and his father employees. Any kind of potential traffic loads or impacts, the applicant says that they receive material delivery every Wednesday via semi-truck. The driver pulls off into the property and unloads inside the property. There's no traffic being blocked for the neighbors because they pull inside, and all employee trucks are parked within the property. Is there a need for a new commercial or residential activity? The zone change will allow the property to continue to be used as a commercial site in order to legally operate the fencing company. The shop does not have septic tanks, so there's no potential for water and sewer needs. The applicant says that the restroom, the two employees, his father and himself, use the restroom inside the house. So there's no restroom in that shop. The existing infrastructure capacities and the ability of the existing systems to accommodate new development. It said that they're securing hazardous and flammable materials and/or to shop supplies to pass the fire marshal requirements. They use welding rods, gas, diesel, propane, welding gas, oil, shop rags, and paints. There has been no evidence submitted that there are endangered or rare species on site or plant life. There also will be a rise in traffic, but not more than what is already occurring on site. All commercial activities will be limited to inside of the property lines. There is welding and metal cutting noise within the shop. In the surveyed area, for the implementation and best management practice of the development, the surveyed area of the property that will be changed to commercial. The applicant plans on filing for permits for structures that are built on the property, if approved. For decision on criteria D2, the cost of the land or other economic considerations pertaining to the applicant should not be the sole determining factor. The cost of this land is not the determining factor for this zone change. As well as for decisional criteria D3, the stability of the land and zoning is desirable. Therefore, the applicant shall provide a sound justification of the zone change. The zone change to commercial would allow the Vaquero Fence Company to operate within the corresponding zone. The closest commercial, community commercial zone is 370 feet up Picacho Avenue from the applicant's property. And this area is zoned as a medium residential with small pockets of commercial and mixed use. For our, the staff analysis for the Plan 2040 comp plan, the UDC states that a proposed zone change shall not be in significant conflict with the comp plan or any other adopted approved county plans. The proposed development is in conflict with the comp plan. The proposed zone change does not complement surrounding commercial and residential uses and does not meet the following goals and actions of the comprehensive plan. Goal G2.2 is to ensure regulations that support the plan requirements. Doña is revising its zoning and other ordinances into the UDC. This code addresses a number of the issues, which is to safeguard and extend desirable neighborhood characters, safeguard open spaces, to develop in existing locations with existing infrastructure and extend it as necessary, and to locate industry where it will be convenient for those workers. Another part of the Plan 2040 of goal is to avoid the business as usual. The county should establish policies just to avoid the business as usual scenario. Also for action A2.3 is to develop specific types of communities and districts with benchmarks. The UDC will define the specific community types of communities that are permitted according to the existing infrastructure. The benchmarks should be revised periodically, but should form the basis for planning decisions, is in supporting existing communities, enhancing economic competitiveness, and preserve our heritage. The last two goals, G3.1, develop in appropriate areas. Doña has several reasons to manage development and to keep it out of the arroyos and flood zones. If people develop in flood zones, they endanger themselves and risk worsening any floods to the property. As well as G6.7, support regional small-scale businesses, including agriculture. The county is already pursuing constructive initiatives and working with such entities as Mesilla Valley Economic Development Alliance and the Green Chamber of Commerce and the City of Las Cruces Department of Economic Development. For our staff analysis, the decisional criteria, the Miller criteria, the fundamental justification for an amendatory or repealing zoning ordinance is a change in conditions, making the amendment or repeal reasonably necessary to protect the public interest. Also, a zoning amendment may cover or perfect previous defective ordinances or correct mistakes and injustices therein. Is there a need to cover or perfect a previous ordinance or correct mistakes? It's not available, not applicable in this situation. The sufficient change of conditions, there's been no change in conditions noted. And the different land use category is more advantageous to the community as articulated in a comprehensive plan through subsection 5, D, 5A, or B. The requested zone change is in conflict with the comp plan. The C1 zoning would allow a higher density commercial land use at the center of the applicant's property while protecting the surrounding properties to develop in a rural atmosphere with peppered commercial at the highway. The closest C2 community zone is 370 feet north on I-70. Looking at the staff analysis, decisional criteria D6, failure to change the zone district would deprive the owner of some economic feasibility and similar use of the property to the existing surrounding compatible development. The hardship is self-imposed and has been created by the applicant. There's no decisional criteria for D7. D8, the capital expenditure. The proposed zone change does not require a capital expenditure by the county. Development costs will be borne by the developer. Decisional criteria D9, the proposed zone change justification is not dependent on a collector or a major thoroughfare. In strip zoning, for decisional criteria D10, strip zoning is not proposed or considered for this development. But for D11, decisional criteria for spot zoning, the zone change is considered spot zoning and is in conflict with the comp plan. The applicant is creating an island of C1 surrounded by residential. Definition of spot zoning, the best way I picked this up like this is the attempt to wrench a single lot from its environment and give it a new rating that disturbs the tenor of the neighborhood. For staff findings, the property is outside of any incorporated municipal zone authority and is within Doña Ana County, and the Planning and Zoning Commission has jurisdiction. The request for this application is consistent with the requirements of the UDC, general notice requirements, and the public hearing for a zone change. The zone change request for C1 does not satisfy 350-203D, the decisional criteria for a zone change, and that zone change is appropriate and reasonable and necessary to protect the public interest. Number 4, the zone change is not appropriate and there is not compatible existing commercial development close by, even though the closest C2 zone designation is 370 feet north on West Picacho. The zone change to a C1 district is spot zoning, and as the proposed zone change would not be in harmony with the surrounding areas. The size of the development is not appropriate for the area and would not be a benefit to the community by increasing the amount of privately owned commercial pockets of land. The zone change would be in significant conflict with the following goals of the comp plan and actions. Goal 1.2, avoid business as usual scenario. Action A2.3, to develop specific types of communities and districts. Goal G3.1 is to develop in appropriate areas. Goal G2.2, ensure regulations, support the plan requirements. And goal G6.7, support regional small scale, including agriculture. Based on our findings of fact, staff analysis, and agency comments, staff recommends the denial of case Z23018, a zone change from D2L to a C1 to allow for a commercial fence company to operate. This concludes my presentation. I'm going to go back to the to an aerial so we can speak from that if so. Any questions from the board?
Commissioners, any questions of staff?
Chair? The applicant is here today as well to fend questions.
Or is, yes.
So, under decisional criteria, E, need for new commercial or residential activity. Is that your analysis or the applicant's analysis? The zone change will allow the property to continue to be used as a commercial site in order to legally operate a fencing company.
That comes from staff, that comes from myself.
So you didn't answer the question, though. Is there a need for this?
In this particular case with him, if there's a need for, he has that need. Now, does the general area have that need? I don't think it follows the comp plan, but he himself as the applicant is requesting that need because it's the fencing company was initiated, started, and flourished there. So for him to operate that, I think there's a need for him. He has that need.
And under G, it says existing infrastructure capacities and the ability of existing systems to accommodate, I guess it would be new development or the proposed development. That's not answered either. Does the infrastructure, the existing infrastructure support that? i.e., does the road system support it? Does the sewer and water system, if there is sewer, support it? Does the size of the land support that? That's the infrastructure.
Correct, okay.
So if this is if this is decisional criteria that we're supposed to make a decision on and staff is informing us, I don't see how that response informs us.
Understood.
And let's go back to the zoning map. I've got a So you're under number 3 in this decisional criteria, you say the zone change to commercial would allow Vaquero Fence Company to operate within the corresponding zone. The closest community commercial is 370 feet away, except the MU allows commercial. Isn't KOA considered a commercial activity?
Yes, sir.
So once you respond positively to that, that means that there is commercial adjacent to this property. And you could interpret this as strip zoning, or you could interpret it as a node of commercial zone running north-south. So I think there's a question of interpretation here. And then where's the thing about, oh, so under 10B, this is about strip zoning.
Yes.
What's printed here, it says strip zoning is proposed and or considered for this development. But in your presentation, you said it wasn't.
It's not, no. That must be a typo. It's not. Strip zone is not proposed. It's a spot zone, not strip zone. Chair.
So it seems to me that there's room for interpretation here going either way. And so that the ability to make a decision isn't as clear as it seems that your recommendation makes. So I'm having some problems with what your evaluation is.
Understood. Okay. Do we need to speak to the applicant, or is that something that we would like to continue speaking to staff about?
So let's go, let me go to this final comment under staff analysis. And this is, I guess, under findings. You say this is number 2. The request of this application is consistent with the requirements of the Unified Development Code. The next sentence says, the zone change request for C1 does not satisfy 35203D decision criteria. Those are in direct conflict with each other.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Zernick, if I may address that. In item 2, we're saying that it's consistent with the requirements of the UDC as it pertains to the general notice requirements and the public hearing requirements. And then the following findings, we're stating that it does not satisfy the decisional criteria for the zone change.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
And then also, just as a point of clarification too, the KOA is zoned DM, which is a mobile home park. It's not mixed use.
So that's incorrect on the zoning map?
I think it was showing it as DM, wasn't it?
DM.
Yeah, and you had mentioned MU, mixed use.
Oh, okay.
Okay, all right, thank you.
But it is commercial. That's my problem. So isolating the C2 and saying that it's not close to any C2, so is this actually a C1 or a C2 that we're?
C2. It was advertised as a C1, so if the board does choose to move forward with it as approval, it would be approval as a C2, which does allow for a
Would the
fencing company.
C1 allow it?
Does not.
Does not.
Not a fence.
Okay. I'm done.
And the question I have, under spot zone, 350-203.D.11, how do we address that?
The zone change is considered spot zoning and is in conflict with the comp plan. Basically, the applicant is creating an island, with an island being an island of C1 surrounded by his residential zone. The island I'm speaking about is, here is the island of commercial. This is the only zone change here, and which would leaving the residential zone around the commercial.
So is this a classic spot zone?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Janine?
Yes, Mr. Chair, staff does believe that the applicant is creating his own spot zone within his own property as well. So it's a 4-acre parcel. He's creating a 1.5-acre parcel of commercial, being an island within the residential zone.
Any further questions of staff, commissioners?
Chair, just one question in your staff analysis. Well, the goal G3-1, I just wanted to clarify, this is not in a flood zone, is it?
It's not in a flood zone. It's not mapped. It's not a mapped flood zone, but there is a large arroyo, and that's why floods was
'Cause you
called out there because of that.
Just because specifically it did say reasons to manage development to keep it out of arroyos and flood zones. So not a flood zone, just too close to an arroyo.
Arroyo,
Thank you.
correct.
Mr. Chair, I have a question. I just need a clarification.
Yes, sir.
The reason that you're saying this is spot zoning is because the portion that they're requesting is still going to be surrounded within that property by D2L land.
Yes, sir. And by the fact that then it is both to the north, south, and west is all residential, and that we're choosing to change that small bit in the middle, that we're choosing that spot. And that's why the staff is calling that a spot zoning.
Okay, thank you.
And in our packets, we never had any letters of opposition to this case?
None.
None.
No call, no letters of opposition, no emails, and nothing in favor.
And they were all notified?
They were all notified, correct. I did get a phone call by 3 families, and I did ask them to write in letters, or at least to show up, and no one showed up, and there were no letters mailed.
Okay. Any further questions of staff?
I have one more question. This may be a question for the applicant, but is the reason that only a portion of this property is being requested to be changed is because there is a residential property, house on the property?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
I had 2 questions. So one, you mentioned you got phone calls. In regards to those phone calls, did anybody express whether they're in support or opposition?
They were in opposition, but what we do is, us as a board, I'm sorry, us as a department, we only log in those that are emailed or mailed to us. Phone calls are not accepted. I did ask the family they ended up saying that the applicant continuously builds on the property, and he's moved very quickly. They expressed their opinions in terms of what they felt should be there. And I asked them if you could, please email me, write me something, if not, show up, and they didn't show up this morning.
But all three were in opposition?
They were in opposition, yeah.
I have a second question. If the applicant were to move forward with subdividing that land rather than asking that we spot zone it essentially, would that change any of staff's recommendations?
I think we'd have to sit down
Or
and
is
look
it
at.
possible for them to move forward with
I think
subdividing?
as a staff, I think we could sit down and look at that, but that was an option. It still would be as spot zoning.
So you don't consider the KOA a commercial activity? And I'm not directing that at you, Janine, I'm just asking that generally. I mean, I don't know, I think they take money.
They certainly do.
They have a business license.
Yeah, and they sell propane and other activities as well, but it is zone DM. And that, I believe it does allow a little commercial activity associated with the residential use. But it is more or less a transient type of mobile home community. I think you can rent long-term and short-term there, if I seem to recall.
Well, is it possible that that's zoned in correctly?
It could be a possibility, yes. We'd have to look at what ancillary uses are permitted in a DM zone.
Okay.
Chair, Commissioner Zerniak, just looking, a quick look at the land use matrix, there are no retail and service uses allowed under the DM zone.
In a DM zone. So if they're selling propane, selling maps,
People still buy
renting
maps.
space, selling, yes.
Agreed.
I just want to be careful about labeling this a spot zone when you have a commercial activity that's adjacent to it. And then what further complicates that is that zone is then connected to those C1s, or C2s
C2s.
to the north, right?
Correct.
And that's why I said, what it appears from the map is that it looks more like a commercial node than it does a strip zone.
Yes, sir.
or
Yes.
a spot zone. Can we hear from the applicant?
Just real quick, the other three properties there to the west, those are all C2 as well, correct?
Yes, these three right here.
To the west?
I'm sorry. Yes,
right
these right here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Chair, would you like to speak to the applicant?
Well, any further questions of staff? None? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you know if Mr. Jose Ernesto Coronado is present or any of his representatives? Can you please step forward? We're going to swear you in, okay?
Good morning. Please state your name and address for the record.
Jose Coronado, 750 Lonesome Road.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give today is the truth under penalty of law? Thank you.
And please step forward to the mic so we can hear you.
Hi, good morning. Okay, so I had requested a zone change for that property. My father has been in business for 23 years now. I came onto the business as soon as I graduated college. We used to rent a commercial property, 1109 West Hadley. We were trying to purchase that property, but the owner had lost it to tax reasons, so that left us in the gray and had to search for a property. We ended up finding that property at 750 Lonesome Road, and the real estate agent that we had bought the property from had told me that it was allowed for commercial. I had assumed it was, since the KOA was to the right-hand side of us, Mississippi Valley Tires up the road, Dan Mammo's up the road as well. So we moved forward with the property. We are in some violations, and I am taking care of that. But the reason that we built the shop area in that area of the land is because it was a more flat place of land. If you see the map, it's on a downhill. And we had chose that area because it was the most flattest part that we could build on. And the little mobile home that's on the top, I live in that area. I live in that mobile home. But that mobile home is too old, and I'm trying to build a new house on the side. That's why I'm trying to spot zone it to commercial, so I don't have to turn the whole property into commercial.
Okay. There were some issues on violation.
Yes, sir.
Did you address those issues with Sean?
Yes, I have. And then I've been working with the county back and forth.
And has that been corrected by chance?
I don't know. I think they were halting it just because they wanted to get the zone change approved first. But I had already talked to the codes enforcement about that we're getting taken care of, because I only had 30 days to take care of the issue. And I had notified them that it was being taken care of.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Coronado? None? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, could we hear from Sean, please?
Yes, we can. I was gonna, and then is the fire marshal here by chance? Okay, we'll ask you to come forward too after Sean, okay?
Good morning. Please state your name and address for the record.
Sean Vick, 845 North Motel Boulevard.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth under penalty of law?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Chair, Commissioners.
Explain to us why there was a stop work order on that parcel.
I believe Flood issued the citation on our codes department for the fencing being run in a zone that's not appropriate for it. As Chris mentioned, the last building that I did was in 2019.
Sean, speak a little
Oh,
closer.
sorry, in 2019 for a metal building. And since then, there's been a carport added, fencing, some other buildings, all without permits or inspections at that point. So I believe the applicant has applied for a building permit for the shop. However, because of the zoning not being appropriate, at this point, I can't move forward with it. There's a lot of other conditions that's going to go into it as well as we look at this. If it's a commercial fencing application, if it does go through, then we're looking at restrooms. It's going to be required. Obviously, they are doing hot work with the welding and everything else and the cutting and the torching. Going to come into possible sprinkling the building, fire flow, secondary access with fire, the land being able to support a 75,000-pound apparatus. And I'm not trying to speak for Captain Herrera on the fire side, but all that would be taken into consideration. We also have the residence, which is there. So at this point, I'm in denial for the zone change for the simple reason it's just not appropriate for the location. If it does move forward, we're going to require engineered analysis for each one of the buildings, triple fees and such as we move forward.
And was there any grubbing on that area, on that parcel?
They graded the entire parcel.
There was, so no grubbing permit?
No, sir.
Okay.
And I believe that's the reason flood was called out there is because they basically filled in the arroyo, causing some backup upstream as well.
Any questions of Sean, Commissioners?
So Sean, when you say it's not appropriate, are you saying that the land use is not appropriate?
At this time, because of the zoning of the D2. Now,
Is that the only thing that prevents it from being appropriate? Is that-
sure. If the zone change goes through, then they'd have to meet the commercial building requirements on our side and all of that, which we can work with people on and they can make that happen.
So since there's those two parcels to the east and to the west, that secondary road access would have to come through there, wouldn't it?
It would have to come through the commercial property itself, not through the residence.
Oh, it would?
Yes, sir. And I don't know how they would manage that. That could be a possible turnaround. I know they come off of Lonesome Road, and Lonesome Road is running north-south, as if you look at your map. The last time I drove by, it appears that, it appears that they have, they're accessing straight off of Highway 70. So there would be an NMDOT driveway permit as well for that.
Do they have one?
Not that I'm aware of, no, sir. Probably STA as well for the amount of traffic. I don't know if a deceleration lane would be considered, but that's all something that they would have to go through the process. So there's quite a bit involved in this. And Thing that gets me is we seem to deal with this time and time again. You know, real estate agent said this, so-and-so said this. Nobody came to the county to simply ask a question, can I do this? What's gonna be allowed? The building was built on the property because there was a residence there, so it did allow for an accessory structure, at the time. So everything was permitted. But all they would have had to do is come in here and talk to us, about what they wanted to do moving forward.
So just tell me, what would so let's say hypothetically we say no. What happens then? Do they have to stop work?
They would have to stop work. It would not be allowed, at that point. Of course, the proper channel would be to, take it to the BOCC. And then at that point, how that went, then, district court possibly, and then we would recommend that everything be taken down, or at least all of the commercial aspect of it done, and any of the carport and everything else be permitted, as ancillary to the residents at this time, as an accessory structure.
Do we know how long this business has been operating?
Think a couple years. I sent my building inspector, Patrick, out, I believe, last year, because we got a complaint on it, to red tag it. And I believe Patrick spoke to the property owner because he knew him, to come in. I think that's what triggered it. Then flood went out because of the arroyo and everything else. So it's been an ongoing,
So they'd only been in operation about a year.
maybe a year and a half, sir. I
Okay.
couldn't say for sure.
Any further questions? Thank you, Sean.
All right. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner.
Fire Marshal, would you please step forward? We're going to swear you in.
Good morning. Please state your name and address for the record.
Brandon Cadena, 845 North Motel.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. On the DAC Fire Marshal point, it says no significant fire life safety concerns specific to proposed zone changes request. You don't have any recommendations or?
So our office, at the Fire Marshal's office, has reviewed the zone change request. For the zone, the actual spot zone change itself, we have given what we call a conditional approval. So there's no significant or fire life safety concerns that we've identified for the zone change itself, meaning that if the board does recommend approval, we don't see an issue on that end. However, if you guys do recommend approval, as we've discussed this being a commercial occupancy, it's going to be required to meet all the commercial occupancy requirements as any other business in Doña County, to include all of our requirements, hydrant flow testing, the access that we discussed off of, the primary access road of Lonesome itself. But that's going to be based off your guys' approval. As far as, like I said, as far as the zone change itself, we do not have any significant concerns at this time.
Okay.
Do you see any problem with this property meeting those fire codes?
I think, as you guys initially said, the access itself. So in our comments from staff from the Fire Marshal's office, one of the options that, I guess, best case scenario for us is that the primary fire apparatus access road, which is the legal access of this property off of Lonesome Road, as long as they can maintain that, and it's within those dimensions of 20 feet and all of the requirements of IFC 2021, I think on the Fire Marshal side, again, I can only speak for our office, I think we can make it work on that end.
Okay.
So on ingress and egress for your heavy equipment, you'll be able to get in there and come out?
I believe so at this time, based off my review. But again, this is all going to be based off whether the zone change is ultimately approved or not. At that point, we would step in, enforce those requirements, and go from there.
All right. Okay. Any questions of the Fire Marshal? Okay, thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Mr. Chair, just one question. And Sean, I'm sorry, I should have asked you this. Sir, do you know if the access point from Highway 70 was already existing, or was it recently established?
I'm not sure on that, sir.
Staff?
There are homes further down Lonesome Road. I could pull up Google Earth, but it was not created by the applicant.
Thank you.
But there is an access point where the where the pipe fence is. He accesses that, his residential area where the pipe fence entrance is.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody present that has signed their name for this proposal that we have in front of us? please
Ye-
step forward.
Yes, sir, I have the list. Corinne Steele,
We're going to swear you in.
good morning. Please state your name and address for the record.
Corinne Steele, 5311 Miller Road.
And do you affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you.
So I live on Miller Road, which is accessed off of Weinrich Road. I did not receive a letter in favor or oppose or anything about it. I just know driving by, that's my main access. Weinrich Road is my main access to Miller Road, to my home. It's already an eyesore, and you asked how long it's been in business. Probably, I would say about a year, excuse me. Listening to things that were said this morning, the owner has not gone through any of the channels he needed to go through to get this going. I do not hold high hopes that that if you approve this zone change, that this person will go through all the channels that he needs to go through to operate this business. I came in with many questions this morning, many of which have been answered already. Just, how much will it make this a high-use area, the semis coming in and out, all of those types of things. Lonesome Road is a dirt road. I'm not sure how many, they said one semi a week would be coming in there. Is this going to be, are there going to be people coming in there to buy the fencing, or are they making the fencing and shipping it out to different merchants? So there's, I have those types of questions still. But I don't know if I have the right to approve or oppose, but if I do, I would like it to be known that I oppose this. As a resident of the area, I oppose this business. So.
Addressing one of your issues, Mr. Coronado stated that he was not going to have a retail business in his facility.
So they would be making the fences and then shipping them out to somewhere else, is that, as I understand it? And if they're making this, I guess I also wonder if they're making the fences there's going to be soldering, there's going to be all kinds of other things going on in the manufacture of these fences, yet they're not going to put in a septic tank, and they're not going to put, it sounded like they weren't going to put in some sort of infrastructure for, dealing with all of that. So I just wonder about water quality, all of that, the environmental impact of it all, so.
Any questions?
Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Anybody else?
Norma Ledesma, good morning. Please state your name and address for the record.
Norma Ledesma, 631 South Weinreich.
And do you affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth under penalty of law?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
And please step forward towards the microphone. Thank
Okay.
you so much.
I live on Weinrich Road, which is on the east side of Lonesome Road. And my property looks directly towards the fencing company. And when the fencing company first started building their structure, if you want to call it that, but anyway, it was small. And all of a sudden, we've seen it grow and grow and grow. Now it's in the arroyo, which causes concerns because the arroyo runs right adjacent to my property. And the arroyos around here don't run very often, but when they do run, they run. Okay, they tear up roads in that area. So that's one of my concerns. Another one of my concerns is I don't quite understand this spot zoning. And the reason is there was a house that was bought right adjacent to my home, and all of a sudden we see all this dumping. And it's owned by a contractor that we understand that he's trying to rebuild that home so he could sell it, but he's dumping concrete blocks on his property. Now, I don't know if he's allowed to do that, but now that I hear this spot zoning issue, can he come in and do a spot zone in his property also? What are the limitations is there a certain amount of acreage that they could do spot zoning? Or, I'm just questioning that, okay? Because I am very concerned about that. I've talked to the zoning, I've called zoning and asked them, can you come check this? So this contractor comes out and he buries part of the rocks and he spreads them, and then he comes and piles more. But he only piles them at night. So that's what my concern is, yeah. My concern is that, and I hear them because they're right next door to me, so is these spot zoning going to permit more and more of these issues in our residential areas? Okay, I've been out there for 25 years, and I don't really condone these commercial zonings because I do live in a residential area. That's why we bought the property. But as we see these things coming up, in addition, I hear that Mr. Coronado was zoning for a C1, and all of a sudden today he wants to zone for a C2. Do I understand that correctly? Okay, we were not notified that he wanted to zone from a zone 1 to a zone 2. And I think we should have enough notification for that. Not here, not today.
Okay.
So those are my concerns.
Any questions? Commissioners? No? Okay.
Thank you for
very much for your
listening.
testimony. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I apologize for interrupting. I just wanted to address the issue of the zone change. And because it was notified for C1, you could make a decision on the C1 or a less intense zoning, but you would not be able to decide to zone to something more intense that was notified. And I just wanted to make that clear.
Did the Commissioner, do you understand that? It's a unique situation where you have a spot zone within a spot zone. So, okay. And I'm sure engineers here present that would be probably having some sort of a question regarding that.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So, Albert, you were reading from the code. Did you say that a C1 would not allow this to happen in that zone?
Yeah, C1's more like your retails, your offices. A C2 will be able to accommodate like a contractor's yard.
So Chris, it says, the request for this is under findings. The request of this application is consistent with the requirements of the Unified Development Code general notice requirements. If the interested parties, meaning the people within that area, haven't been notified of that C2 change, it hasn't met the general notice requirements. Mr. Chair, I don't think we can make a decision on this. I think you have to table it and let them come back and ask for a C2.
I was going to go in that direction. Albert, Janine, by tabling to a specific date and time, how do we proceed with that?
Mr. Chair, we would have to go ahead and table it indefinitely, re-advertise, and hold a new public hearing at a later date.
With no additional fees to the applicant. Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Coronado, can you please step forward?
Mr. Chair, before any considerations made, I do want to ask staff and the commission if prior to, the violations in the application process, would a special use permit have been possible in the current D2L zone?
You run into the same issue we're having here.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Montañez, that would have to be zoned T2 to get a special use permit.
So it would not have been permitted in a D2L? Okay.
No, not at all. That's why he needs the zone change.
Okay, Mr. Coronado. I would like for you to concur with staff on the postponement of this case
Okay.
to make sure that you're allowed to do what you request to do by right.
Okay.
But because any decision that we make here, okay, we can't do it now anyway. It has to be based on land use, okay? So if that's okay with you, would you agree to that?
Yes.
Is that okay? And between today and during the week, please come and concur with staff to see what the recommendations are so we can accommodate your wishes, okay?
Okay. I also have one question. I wasn't aware of the C1, the C2. I just came and they said you just need a C1 to be able to operate, so that's why they advertised as C1. I wasn't aware of that. Oh, I needed to change to a C2 at the end as well.
Okay. But I do strongly urge you
Yes, sir.
that please come into compliance with Sean and what fire marshal's requests are, okay?
Yes, sir. Yeah, and we have been working on that,
All right.
but like I said, everything came to a halt. due to the
Surely.
hearing. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna do is, we're gonna give you a scheduled date. When is a date that we can,
Mr. Chair, the soonest we can hear it would be March 14th.
March 14th? Is that agreeable with you?
Mr. Chair, well, we have the applicant up front, just in, thinking of future meetings, and we've had people already here attend, in the event that they're not here to attend next time. I wanted to see if the applicant be willing to address any of the concerns were brought by the public. I saw he was sitting there shaking his head, and see if he'd like to explain kind of how the operation would actually be operating if it were to move forward. Would that be appropriate to have the applicant respond?
Janine?
Or should we hold that for next meeting?
I'll defer to the director, Mr. Chair.
I think at this point, it would be appropriate to hold off on any further testimony until we bring it back with the appropriate notification for the zone he's requesting.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Coronado. Okay,
So we need a motion on that?
I think we do.
Need a motion to table.
I know we do.
Yeah, so I would like to move that we table case number Z23-018 to March 14th, is that what you said?
March 14th.
Because of the need for the C2 instead of the C1. I can second that.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. It's been second.
Second.
Any discussion on the motion?
I seconded
Does everybody understand the motion? Yeah, go ahead.
I seconded. Bill's seconded.
Second?
Yeah.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion? No? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Montañez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lear,
Yes.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes.
Commissioner Zarges,
Yes.
Vice Chair Zerniak,
Aye.
Chair Acosta.
Yes. All right, going on to case number Z23-020, submitted by Mr. Luis Olvera Garcia. Is he present?
Yes, he is.
He is? Okay, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Jardine Santisteban, 845 North Botal Boulevard, Las Cruces, New Mexico.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give is a truth under penalty of law?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we have before us case number Z23020, a zone change. And the owner is Luis Olvera Garcia. He's at 538 State Line Drive in Chaparral. His zoning is I2 medium industrial. The zone change is from an I2 medium industrial to a T3 neighborhood edge on one parcel of property, totaling 0.64 acres. We advertised as two properties that are but he only wants the zone change for one property, and that's where the mobile home is located on. This is the property. It shows both parcels, but it's only one, and it's to the west. It's an aerial photo of the property. The applicant is requesting a zone change from 0.262 acres from I2 to T3. Prior to 2017, the subject property was zoned as PDNRH case number 08001, Performance District Non-Residential High-Intensity Use, which provided for high-intensity non-residential land use for retail sales services. Prior to 2009, the property was used to store junked cars. Between 2007 and 2009, the land was cleared of the junkyard. Presently, the subject property has I-2 medium industrial zoning. The property has a single-wide mobile home used as a residence. The mobile home was placed on the property without a mobile home installation permit and a room and a carport without building permits. The property has an accumulation of solid waste, including used appliances and inoperable vehicles. Building services and environmental codes have not cited the owner. They are awaiting the outcome of this zone change to allow the applicant to come into compliance. This is the property, shows the mobile home with the porch. This is the zoning map. And this is the land use around it. This is the subject property in 2009. This is the subject property now. It's facing east. And this is the subject property facing north. And those black, they're refrigerators that he covered up and painted black to make a fence, and he's gonna have to clear all that out. This is contiguous properties to the east. They're zoned I-2. This is the development to the east also. And this one shows his property, a little bit of his property. This is to the south, that's El Paso, the city of El Paso. This is State Line Drive East, and this is State Line Drive West. Let's see, there were 12 letters of notification that were mailed to the property owners within 300-foot buffer. On January 16th, 2024, legal ads were placed in Las Cruces Sun News on January 14th, 2024. Signs were posted on the property in a timely manner, and the agenda was posted online. This is the notification map, and this is the public hearing notice. Potential number of homes, 1. No population change, demographics, none. May decrease traffic flows. Need for new commercial residential, none. Potential water and sewer needs, none. Water is provided by lake section water, and a septic tank is installed. And there's no environmentally sensitive or rare species on the property. The surrounding area to the south, the city of El Paso, is vacant desert scrub. The property to the north and west is single-family residential, and east is mixed use of residential and industrial. The applicant the implementation of best practices, the applicant will apply for required permits required by Doña County. The cost of land and land speculation is not considered for the zone change. The zone change is a down zone to provide a residential use. The comp plan is to ensure regulation supports the plan requirements, update codes to provide tools to support an appropriate physical structure. The decisional criteria, we went back and forth with this. Staff believes that the I-2 zoning was applied incorrectly since the junkyard was no longer there in 2016 when the UDC applied an I-2 zone. There's sufficient change on the property. The property was initially zoned PDNRH, which is high in density, which provided for a high-intensity non-residential land use under the Chapter 250. In 1995, in 2016, the property was given an I-2 zoning when the Chapter 350 UDC was adopted, according to the intensity of the land use. The property was cleared of junk cars before 2009, and therefore, there is sufficient change in conditions to warrant a zone change to a T3 residential land use. The zone change to T3 residential use will require the accumulation of solid waste to be cleaned up. A different land on C in the Miller criteria. The requested zone change is not in conflict with the comprehensive plan or any of the other adopted plans. The T3 allows a higher density residential use and permits site-built and mobile homes. The change owner would allow the owner to reside on the property. Let's see, the change will clearly facilitate the realization of the comprehensive plan. The proposed zone change does not require capital expenditure by the county development. Costs will be borne by the applicant. The zone change is not dependent on the collector or major thoroughfare. Strip zoning is not applicable. The existing 0.64 acre parcel to the west and north would be in harmony with the proposed zoning of T3. The zone change is not considered spot zoning. Findings: the property is outside of any incorporated municipal zoning authority and is within Doña County. The request of this application is consistent with the requirements of the UDC. The zone change request for residential zoning does satisfy the UDC. And the T3 zoning district would not be considered spot zoning, as there's proposed zone change to T3 across the street to the west and north of the property. The zone change would not be insignificant.
Can you pause till we get the sound corrected?
Okay. The zone change will not be in conflict with the comprehensive plan since it supports G2.2 and A2.2. The findings, the staff recommendations, we recommend conditional approval with conditions. The property must be cleared of solid waste and used appliances. An MHIP must be obtained, triple fee applied. A building permit must be obtained for the addition and carport, triple fee applied. Parcel identified by parcel code number 17 should be zoned, it's the one parcel, should be zoned C2, honoring the previous PDNRH case 08001, Performance District, non-residential high intensity. So we're recommending the rest of the other two parcels be a C2 instead of and that one parcel is a T3.
Mr. Chair, is that it?
Yes, that's it.
So can we go back to the zoning map?
Sure.
So which parcels are you saying should be zoned C2?
Where's the mouse? He just wants this parcel here as a C, as a T3, and the other three we're recommending a C2 on those, the other two parcels. The one that's right on the corner of Schlesinger and State Line is what he wants as a T3, and that's where the mobile home is placed.
But the case doesn't talk about a C2.
No, it does not.
Chair, just to clarify, it's just a recommendation that the staff
Yes.
is giving. I mean, later on, I mean, not specifically today, but later on, we're probably just suggesting that I2 should probably just go down to a C2 to acknowledge the old non-residential application that they got a couple years ago.
So my question is, should that be a recommendation? Should that be part of a zone change approval, saying that we agree, we as a commission agree that those parcels should be C2, which in fact would be spot zones?
Yes, they would be.
So I'm not sure that that condition should be there.
Okay.
Okay.
And that's just a condition from staff. I mean, that can be scratched off by the P&Z.
Okay.
And
the
well,
applicant is
just
here.
one more thing, Mr. Olvera, he does own all 3 lots.
Yes.
Before we move any further, I want to just, Mr. Chair, clarify, proper notice was sent for this particular one to the residents?
Yes.
Okay, it wasn't like the last
I
one
have
where
received
it was
nothing.
sent for a C1, really applying for a C2. I just want to make sure we don't go down that same
No,
road again.
he applied for a T3. Staff is recommending the other 2 parcels go to a C2, and that's going to be struck, I guess, from the conditions.
So are you saying that the zoning is wrong?
Yes, we believe that the zoning was applied, when the UDC was adopted, that zoning was applied. It wasn't applied right because of the land use, the intensity was not there. It was cleared off by 2009. And so that junkyard was already cleared and the land was all cleared.
So as I understand it, that comes under the change mistake rule.
Yes, it
So
does.
that's the responsibility of the county
Right.
to make that request, not the property owner.
No, we are requesting it from the county that those other 2 parcels be C2.
But we can't do that here.
Right,
because
you cannot do that. Mhm. Yes, so- and the other 3 parcels also that are zoned I2, that intensity is not being used in that intensity anymore. With the junkyard, it was cleared off. See, that was 2009, and all of that was cleared off. So, and that's why it was given that intensity of a PDNR high intensity. So that applied, and then when they went to the UDC, all of that was cleared off. So it should have been addressed then and put as a T3 probably, or a T2. Okay,
Does that conclude your presentation?
yes, I'm done.
Any questions of staff?
Chair, Mr. Chair, prior to the zone change, the change initiated by the UDC, the carport, mobile home, the unpermitted structures, were they there at that point as well?
No, they were not. They,
So
no,
these- so
he
these-
bought this property after everything was cleared off.
Okay.
And he put the mobile home on there without a mobile home installation permit, and he added on there. And he's accumulated the refrigerators and the junk cars.
Thank you.
In the process, yeah.
Thank
The
you.
applicant is here. You're welcome.
Is Mr. Luis Olivera Garcia present?
Good morning.
Swear you in.
Please state your
Please
name and
step
ad-
forward to the mic. Okay, yeah, thank you.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Luis Olvera, 538 State Line.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give today is a truth under penalty of law?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any questions, Commissioners? Mr. Garcia?
Olvera.
Well, I know that you have a carport, and you've been assessed a triple fine, right,
Excuse me?
for the carport?
For the carport? No, I didn't get the permit for the carport. Oh, what do you mean?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, sorry for interrupting. So at this point, because of the current zoning, the mobile home and the carport have not been permitted yet. I did speak to the applicant, and if the zone change does go through, then he will be assessed a triple fee for the mobile home permit and the carport.
Oh, okay, all right. Any questions of Mr. Garcia, Commissioners?
If we approve the zone change,
Is-
you will,
Is there anything you would like to say on behalf,
No.
or any questions that you may have from us?
I'll have one question.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Garcia, you understand that if we approve this zone change, you have to go ahead and get everything permitted?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna get the permit for the trailer and for the mobile home.
Well, thank you
Good.
so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody in the gallery that's on behalf?
No, sir, nobody signed up.
No?
No,
Okay. Anybody opposed?
no, sir, there's nobody.
All right. Okay, for staff, conditional approval.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we are striking the last condition as part of our recommendation.
So, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Charlene, did you? I'm going to move approval of case number Z23-020 with the following conditions. The property must be cleared of solid waste and used appliances. An MHIP must be obtained, triple fee applied. A building permit must be obtained for the addition and carport, triple fee applied.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor and it's been second. Do you commissioners understand the motion? Yeah? Okay, we're ready for a vote.
Commissioner Lear,
Yes.
Commissioner Montañez,
Yes.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes.
Commissioner Zargis,
Yes.
Chair Zerniak,
Yes.
Chair Acosta.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
as previously mentioned for the meeting start, I'm going to have to, I'm going to go ahead and
Okay.
leave at this point. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you for attending. Thank you. All right. Case number SU 23-031, submitted by Aaron Brightly.
Good morning. Please state your name and address for the record.
Albert Casillas, 845 North Motel Boulevard.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you.
The commissioners, before I start, do you guys want to take a break or we're good to go? Let's go. All right. Our next case is going to be a special use permit submitted by Aaron Brightly. He's located over there at 645 Highway 213 in Chaparral, New Mexico. That's the highway that goes all the way into El Paso over there on the east side. Current zoning is T2, and it's a special use permit to operate a cannabis production establishment for the cultivation of cannabis. The public hearing today, he did submit an SUP back in December. Letters were sent out for public notification, and this was going to be done under an administrative approval. However, when, letters were sent out, then we had letters in opposition, one letter in opposition, and that triggered the public hearing, and that's why we're here today. This is a location map. We do have basically Highway 213. This is the subject parcel. It's a little bit over than half a mile all the way up to Highway 213, so it's kind of in the back. That's the aerial for the property. It's about 23 acres, Highway 213 over here. And like I said, it's a T2 zone. When you look at the rear, it's mostly natural desert that's out there. He does have an existing water well, and a septic tank will be installed if required. This property was acquired by the current owner back in December 17th of 2020. The access is from a 50-foot private right-of-way that connects with Highway 213. And this is basically just a close-up of the 23 acres that are there. And we'll look at the submitted site plan right now, but basically this is going to be the area right here where they're going to be doing their outdoor growing facility. It's going to be outdoors. When we look at the zoning map, basically everything to the north, to the west, it's all federal land. There's the T2 zone, pretty much along that 50-foot right-of-way that's there. The property next to it on the east It's an I-2 zoning designation, so that is industrial. So you have Highway 213, this is a little bit more over than half a mile, and that's the subject parcel. Like I said before, he did submit the SUP application on December of last year. Letter was submitted against the request, and that triggered the public hearing. The applicant's proposing a little bit more than 1,500 square feet for the growing area, and he's been approved for 2,000 mature cannabis plants by the Cannabis Control Division. And then on your analysis, I basically, added, everything that was submitted by the applicant. He does have a social and economic equity plan. He's got the plan for security and services, training SOPs, employee safety manuals, and that kind of stuff. On his narrative, he's also stating that, this is going to be a 24/7 operation, which will require 24-hour monitoring. It's close to a mile, but it's actually about 0.6 miles from Highway 213. We don't believe it's going to have any, according to the applicant, he doesn't believe it's going to be any adverse effects on traffic flow from the highway or neighboring properties. There is an existing well on the property, and he has obtained commercial water rights. And he's stating that there will be 2 employees on site. And here we have a survey of the property, basically calling out the area where he's going to be having the outdoor growing portion of his property. And this is the survey, and then here he kind of just included the area so we know exactly where it's going to be. 22 letters of notification were mailed out for today's hearing, and notice was published in the Sun News. Like I said before, 1 letter in opposition was received for the SUP. And then, of course, signs were posted for the administrative SUP and also for the hearing today. Those were the properties that were notified. And here, this is basically their existing access to the property. Here, I'm looking back towards Highway 213, and then this is just driving into the property. That 50-foot easement was created a couple years ago. That was done through a claim of exemption when they created a 20-acre parcel on the rear. And then, later on, they did a lot line adjustment to, end up with what they have today with the 23 acres. But that's how that 50-foot easement was created through a claim of exemption. That gate, it's going to be over here behind those pine trees, and right here I'm standing on the subject parcel. So, when you look at the survey and compare what's out there, this is basically going to be the area. That's, that structure right there, they're just poles. It's not really a permanent structure that can be taken down, right away, but he's not proposing an indoor growing facility. It's going to be outdoor, and it's going to be, basically, this is going to be the area where he's going to be growing. More pictures of the property. And then this is just looking around the surrounding area. Now this is closer to Highway 213. This is the entrance of that, this is where that 50-foot easement starts. And now we're just looking south. When we look at special use permits, especially for cannabis, these are the applicable sections of the code. And when we look at section 350-502G, I'm just gonna, look at G2, no cannabis establishment, cannabis consumption area, or cannabis courier may be located within 300 feet of a residential area, school, K through 12, or daycare center. I'm going to point out that, based on the last amendments that were done by the Board of County Commissioners, this was incorporated in here, residential area, 300 feet of a residential area. So, at a time when, we had a rush of applications coming in for growing facilities, those have greatly minimized because of that restriction right here. So, if anybody wanted to do a cannabis consumption area, your neighbor had a house on his property, you know, you basically, you weren't allowed to do it.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to get a clarification from Albert. It says within 300 feet of a residential area. Does that mean 300 feet within an area that has been zoned residential, or does it actually have to be a structure, a home?
No, there has to be a home on there.
Okay,
I
so
mean,
if it's
'cause you-
zoned residential, this does not apply.
Because you can have a T2 zone, but I mean, if you're vacant, I mean, you don't really have to use it for residential purposes.
Okay.
Other uses are allowed.
All right.
But the house
Thank
has
you.
to be physically there. So I just wanted to point out to that change, that was a major change that they did by including residential area. You know, a lot of the properties that would be available for any cannabis establishment, you know, those have really gone down. Definitions, cannabis cultivation, they're basically allowed to plant, grow, harvest, dry, cure, grading or trimming of cannabis. A cannabis producer, it's a licensed person that cultivates cannabis plants, has unprocessed cannabis products tested by a cannabis testing lab, transports, or sells cannabis products wholesale. So that's the definition of a cannabis producer. When we look at the decisional criteria, when it comes to traffic impacts are going to be minimal. The business is going to be solely maintained and worked by the owners. 2 employees are expected to be hired. Need for a new commercial or residential activity and how it complies with the comp plan, with the comprehensive plan. And I think adding, you know, the comprehensive plan was also done through our last amendments. But the need for new commercial, I mean, we all know that the Cannabis Regulation Act was approved by the state, signed into law on April of 2021. We also did amendments that would regulate cannabis establishments here under our UDC, and that was done in 2021 as well. A cannabis producer establishment requires a special use permit in the T2 zone. So that is in our code. When it comes to the comprehensive plan, there's a couple of goals that we can call out that would support this special use permit. Goal G6.6, maximize the value added to agricultural production and also supporting regional small-scale businesses, including agriculture. These are some of the goals in our comp plan that would support the special use permit. Potential water and sewer needs, like I stated before, the applicant has secured commercial water rights for this operation. And if required, he will be also including a septic tank on there. The applicant has stated their commitment to a water and energy use plan that conserves water and is efficient in any possible way. And I can let the applicant address that on how he's planning on accomplishing that. There will be relatively little impact on the existing infrastructure capacities in the area of the project. The applicant is required to obtain a driveway permit from New Mexico DOT, and I believe he's already been in contact with their with that permitting department with the DOT. There has been no evidence submitted that there are any endangered or rare species of animal and plant life in the area. And also, this will be an outdoor growing facility. Business activities will not be able to be observed from surrounding properties. The property will have to meet all security measures as required by the Cannabis Control Division. And also, the applicant will try to implement best management practices. A certified contractor will follow best practices to construct the required fencing and the landscaping that's required. He's going to be subject to all the rules and regulations that's stipulated in the New Mexico Cannabis Regulation Act. And he's also stating that he's going to follow efficient water and energy usage. So for our decisional criteria, we do believe that the applicant meets that section of the code, 350-204D. Our findings, they're included in your packet, but it's basically, what I just stated in the previous slides. We do believe that the SUP is consistent with the health, safety, and general welfare of the residents of the county per the intent of the UDC. He is meeting that criteria. We have met all of the notification requirements. His zone T2, so that triggers the special use permit, and this establishment is not going to be located within 300 feet of a residential area, school, or daycare center. And then also on our last finding, the P&Z does have the ability to apply any conditions to the special use permit that they feel necessary to protect the public health, safety, and welfare. So our recommendation, we are recommending conditional approval for this special use permit. Number one, that if there's going to be any new construction proposed, that they will have to meet all the applicable construction, fire, and life safety codes. He will need a fence for the growing area, so he will have to get a permit for that. Transportation and the shipping of cannabis products shall be by employees with a cannabis courier license and shall be limited to the hours of 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., 7 days a week. He will need that 6-foot security wall or fence. Also, no clients or retail sales are allowed on the property. And also, any accessory buildings shall meet the required setbacks. And the SUP will only be for the cultivation of up to 2,000 mature cannabis plants. Those are our conditions and our recommendations for the conditional approval of the special use permit. The applicant is here present, and the staff stands for questions.
Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, Chair.
Any questions of staff, commissioners?
No questions, Mr. Chair. I do want to, disclose, as I typically do whenever we have a cannabis establishment is applying for anything. Again, I am employed by a local cannabis industry, but again, I do not know the applicant and will not benefit in any way, shape, or form, whether this passes or does not. Just want to disclose.
I have a question. The posting of the public notice, I saw in the picture, it was on the gate that's at the property line. Am I correct? Okay. I realize that's the required, but so there was no posting of the notice at the juncture of the access easement and 213.
Not at the easement. I mean, we run into an issue of whether or not he might be already trespassing if he posts a sign up there, because that's technically not his property.
Yeah, I realize that's like a half a mile or more away, but I'm just wondering, I'm sure there isn't a lot of traffic going back to this property. So I'm just wondering about the public's ability to see that notice.
Yeah, and like I said, I mean, there were letters that went out to surrounding property owners as well, and then also the legal ad that goes to the newspaper.
Okay.
Our interpretation of that is that the applicant has met those requirements.
All right. Okay, thank you.
I have a question for you, Albert. This is a very detailed outline that they have here. And on item number 11, let me back up here a little bit. Since there's no sewer there, question I have is, where is the septic tank going to be located for their facility?
Well, to my knowledge,
from the well, especially from the well.
Yeah, to my knowledge, I don't think the applicant is proposing a septic tank right now, even if it's an outdoor growing facility, because there's no building. Technically, he's not required to have bathroom facilities. So it's going to be, if he gets to that point where he's actually going to build a structure, then he would need a septic tank. But for now, I mean, it's just going to be, I mean, I'm putting it in there as a possible requirement if he gets to that point of actually building a structure out there.
So the septic tank will be in compliance. Well, whoever installs a septic tank, they have to pull a permit anyway. But the question I have is, what happens to the collected, it says in a locked container, right? In a special tank or sink that captures rinse water that may contain cannabis residue. So what happens to that? Where are they going to dispose of that?
Yeah, I will let the applicant answer that question.
All right, okay. And do they require a special permit for that? Or
No, that's part of the operation. That's already included in
all
there.
right, okay, thank you. All right, thank you for your presentation. And I apologize for mispronouncing your name. Aaron Brightly? Are you present? Okay. Please step forward. We're going to swear you in.
Good morning. Please state your name and address for the record.
Leonard Brightly, 400 Lindbergh, El Paso, Texas.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth under penalty of law?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'd like to address any questions you guys might have.
Well, the question I have is item number 11 on page 30 of 40. The residue from your production of cannabis, what happens to that? How are you going to dispose of that?
I think my son is actually the one that could probably answer that a little
Okay.
bit better. Would you mind if he came
Sure.
up here?
And then, is a septic tank going to be located close to the well, or how far away from the well is it going to be?
I mean, any septic tank we'll have to discuss with planning on the best
Sure.
strategic place to put that on the property. Of course, we don't want to, hurt anything in terms of our well, obviously. So that'll be discussed. If we do any structures or anything like that, we'll be more than happy to put a septic tank to accommodate that. So whatever they recommend, we'll follow.
And I don't know, did we swear in? We need to swear you in.
You already swear me in.
All right. Oh, the other gentleman, please step forward.
Good morning. Please state your name and address for the record.
Eric Brightly, 400 Lindbergh, El Paso, Texas.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give today is the truth under penalty of law? I do. Thank you.
Regarding the septic tank and the residue from the cannabis, how are you planning to dispose of that?
So to be compliant with the state, we're tasked with quite a bit of regulations in terms of how we dispose of all of our waste products. In terms of the wastewater, to be as efficient as we possibly can, we're going to reclaim all of our wastewater that we use to water the plants. So any bit of runoff that comes out of the bottom, we're not going to be planting directly in the ground. We're going to be using above ground pots, using drip systems in the pots to limit our impact on the environment as much as possible in that area. As far as the water reclamation and the runoff, it's all going to be reclaimed as well as filtered a secondary time to be reused again in the future. And the waste of all the plants, majority of the actual plant gets used to be sold in the future once you process it. So the only bits that we are left with are the stalks and just kind of the leftover pieces from the plant, which we actually planned on grinding up and reusing as compost because it works as a really good compost.
Okay.
So nothing is going to necessarily be put back into the ground that's not beneficial for it.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, commissioners? No? Okay, well, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody in the gallery that has been signed in? Yes, please step forward.
Yes, sir. The first person is Carl Hooten. Good morning. Please state your name and address for the record.
Excuse me?
Please state your name and address for the record.
I'm Carl Hooten with Hooten Construction Company, 525 Highway 213, Chaparral.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give today is the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you.
Well, first, I want to introduce myself. I'm Carl Hooten. I'm Hooten Construction Company. I've had a license since 1982, and Dr. David Garcia is going to speak after me as with his input. Well, the big issue I have is I own the land adjacent to him, and I own the road that goes where he has to travel in and out with his cannabis, okay? So I object to it because my experience in the past with marijuana, drugs, alcohol is phenomenal. Once the people get on drugs and alcohol, combination of the two, then they can't support their habit, and then they turn to stealing to support their habit. And I can tell you from experience, I had two brothers that got onto alcohol and drugs. My father lost his home trying to run them through rehabilitation organizations to straighten them out. I had two brothers, and they stole thousands of dollars worth of stuff from me, supporting all this habit. Well, My problem is, he has to pass through my property and the road I own, which he has an easement for, to get there in and out of the property to Highway 213. So my experience through the drugs and whatnot, I even had a nephew that got tied up in it and actually died from it. He got so bad, his parents had to leave out of Las Cruces and go to Denver, Colorado to get away from him, and he soon died. And this has been 30 years ago. And the other problem we have at Chaparral, I had a very good friend, I thought, until he offered me to suck on his pipe of marijuana, which is no longer a friend of mine anymore. So our biggest problem is that drugs of any nature leads our young people to steal to support their habit. And I have a shop and a bunch of equipment right into my entrance off of Highway 213. And so I'm exposed to any entrance, and I haven't had any problem to date as far as stealing off the highway. I have had hardly any problem. I bought the property in 1992, and I've been there since 92. I'm a licensed contractor in the state of New Mexico, and I have a lot of exposure in my yard that I don't have under lock and key. So my concern is this passage of cannabis, marijuana through some way. And I know the people quite well. I know Leonard and his son, and I think they're getting into something that is not in their, how should I say, profession of education in growing. I'm a farmer. I used to farm in Deming, and I know agriculture, okay? And they're getting into something that is not their business and know-how of agriculture. So, you know, I try to wish all people well, and I try to be a good neighbor to people, but I thoroughly object to them getting involved, especially when they have to travel through my property to where they're going to plant this marijuana. And I would like to go ahead and let Dr. Garcia explain to you a great deal of his experience with cannabis, marijuana. He's been a principal of 4 or 5 schools in the area, including Chaparral and down the road. Can't think right quick. So I'd like to let him give you his input on this. And he lives approximately 1.5 miles, barely 1.5 miles directly east of his operation that he's proposing. So I'd like to kind of turn it over to Dr. Garcia, if you don't mind. I appreciate your time and help.
Dr. David Garcia.
Please step forward to the mic, Mr. Garcia. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Please state your name and address for the record.
179 Iron Horse, Chaparral, New Mexico.
Can you state your name into the microphone?
My name is Dr. David J. Garcia.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give today is the truth under penalty of law?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairperson and fellow commissioners, I'm Dr. David Garcia. I have several masters. I've been a principal in Chaparral Elementary, Chaparral Middle School, Gadsden Middle School in Anthony. I've been a principal in Sunland. I've also been a superintendent of Catholic schools. Those are my qualifications, and I've dealt with many students before. Cannabis, when children or students indulge in cannabis, they just cannot focus and learn their studies. Let me make a hypothetical statement. If somebody walked in here and the commissioners were to indulge in a little bit of that cannabis, do you think you could carry the business of, I don't think so. And one of the problems that I see with the cannabis industry is that there is an oversaturation of places where they sell it, and now they're producing it, because I believe that the law says that you must cultivate it in the state of New Mexico in order to sell it in the dispensaries. Raul Sainz from Channel 7 had with Mayor Perea and the chief and some other gentleman that runs an industry, 23 places and 11 pending. Is that a little bit of oversaturation? Or are we giving permits like green stamps or gold stamps when they used to do it? The other problem is that the state has very few monitoring people or personnel that are monitor. If I were to grow 10 plants, 100 plants, 1,000 plants, and who is to know? Most of this business is on cash basis, and the county doesn't know. Okay, my question is, what are our responsibilities of the Planning and Zoning Commission? It stays on the rules that is supposed to be public health, safety, and welfare, and we didn't include education because easy, 2 words, easy access. Too many places where you can buy it. I consider 23 places of dispensaries in Sunland a lot. I believe that there's about 7 in Chaparral, and it's growing. Everybody wants to cash in on the marijuana business, and what we're doing to our kids is not good, because when there's so many places, if you put a liquor establishment in every block, you're going to have a bunch of alcoholics. If you put a place where you grow cannabis, you're going to have a lot of traffic coming in from out of state and from everywhere else, either to purchase it, sell it, trade it, or whatever they do. But this I can tell you, that cannabis is not good for the safety of people, especially for the health and well-being of individuals. It affects them negatively, a lot of respiratory illnesses, and of course, students can't concentrate when they're under the influence of cannabis. I'm telling you the truth. And I'm really saddened that the state of New Mexico legalized it. For medical things, I think it is okay if it's prescribed by a doctor. But I think there's too many places, and I think what we're doing, and the commission has a responsibility, think about it seriously, because it's affecting our people. If all those students can't concentrate in classroom learning what they're supposed to, what's going to happen to our workforce? Those same students that are going to school today are going to be taking care of us. And I think that you have big responsibility on this one. Thank you.
Before you leave, Dr. Garcia, we in the commission appreciate your
input
regarding your experience. However, as a commission, and we understand it very well, because we have approved cannabis dispensaries in Chaparral, and you well know that. However, we're here as a land use commissioners, okay? And according to case number SU 23-01, we're here to either approve by right or deny by land use ordinance a special use permit, given all the considerations and opinions that you have had and have forwarded to us. So we're going to leave it up to the commission to see what goes on, but thank you so much for giving us your input.
Commissioner Acosta, I wanted to say something about the posting of the notice. That notice was enacted by the state and regulators so that people would know about hearings. But if you place a posting where nobody can see it, how are you going to get the input from the public? If you don't see the notice, you don't know what's going on.
See, the issue at hand is it was not approved by us. It was approved by the people that actually, state legislators that they went into that. And so therefore, our hands are tied regarding, your issues. We're here to either approve or deny the special use permit.
Okay, well, let me tell you something. I was a previous commissioner, and we have responsibilities for public safety and well-being. And if it's not being good for our people, think about either denying that approval of that permit, because the point here is oversaturation. Like in Sunland, 23 plus 11 more pending. That's a lot of dispensaries and a lot of mota, a lot of weed, whatever you want to call it. That is just too much.
And let me remind you, we consider safety and general welfare of the public always. So we understand your position very well. Thank you for giving us your comment.
If I may just provide a few points of clarification. Also, the SUP before us today is not for a dispensary establishment. This is strictly for a cultivation. So the location before us today and the property before us today will not be selling cannabis outside of its, within its property. It's simply just a grow. So it is not affecting the saturation. It will simply be providing to dispensaries throughout the state. And also in regards to, the comments in children, I do want to remind everybody here present, as well as everyone watching online, the cannabis industry in New Mexico is restricted to individuals 21 years or older. Strictly restricted to people 21 years or older unless they have a medical cannabis license. Anybody under the age of 21 can't even enter an establishment unless they have a license or a medical cannabis license or are 21 years of age or older. So again, what's before us here today is for the cultivation and the growing of cannabis, not for the retail, not for the sale, or to the sale to children in any way, shape, or form. So I just wanted to provide a few clarifications on that. Thank you, Dr. Garcia. I do appreciate your words.
I wanted to respond to you, Commissioner Jimenez.
Yes, sir.
That when you grow the marijuana plant, I understand that you take the buds and then left with the stems. What do they do with those stems? They usually burn them. Okay? And being a school administrator, easy access, if everybody has it and you have too many dispensaries or even growing it, kids are going to get into it, whether you're 21 or not, and indulge in it. And what I was trying to interpret here was, to communicate here, was that it's not good, and kids don't do good when they indulge in it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else in the gallery that would like to speak on behalf or opposed to this case?
No, sir, I don't have anybody signed up.
There is none?
No.
Oh, okay. All right, I'm going to close it to the gallery. Commissioners, the chair entertains a motion.
I'll move.
This man has land adjacent.
I'm sorry. Hold on. I'd like to let him speak.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
Should have signed up, but
Did-
that's okay.
Is he signed in?
No, sir.
Oh, yes.
Let him speak.
Oh, yeah, I'd like for him to speak. Okay,
Okay.
please step forward. Yes. I'd like to swear you in.
Do I need to?
Yes.
Good morning. Please state your name and address for the record.
Okay, so my name is Juan Moreno.
Please state your address.
It's 1411 Brown Street, El Paso, Texas.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give today is the truth under penalty of law?
That question is? Yeah, okay.
Do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth under penalty
Yes.
of law? Thank you.
Yeah,
And your last name?
Moreno.
Moreno. Go ahead, Mr. Moreno.
The reason is here, I have a piece of land I bought from him, and it's next to this place. And his concern is about the same as mine, and the other people, probably they don't have the time to come over and talk about it. I request to take good care because he involves many things. Doesn't matter we already know drugs, they have big impact on cities like Philadelphia, Los Angeles, every big place where they consume drugs. The different ways the people who makes money out of those drugs, they raise prices, and the people, they do more damage to the people living in peace. I can say that. I believe they should know, and they already know all the damage it's causing. Even it's already declared good for medical. I think I will say more, but my language is too short. So, thank you very much for listening.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moreno.
Yeah.
All right. The chairman entertains a motion on this case.
All right. Based on the findings of facts, I'll move conditional approval of case SU 23-012 to operate the cannabis microbusiness establishment for cultivation of cannabis with the following conditions. New construction proposed for the cannabis establishment will be required to meet all applicable construction, fire, and life safety codes. Transportation and the shipping of cannabis shall be by employees with a cannabis courier license and shall be limited to the hours of 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. 7 days a week. A solid 6-foot security wall or fence surrounding the grow area per state statute must be installed. No clients or retail sales are allowed on the property. Accessory buildings shall be meeting necessary setbacks, 25-foot front and 5-foot side and rear. And approval of the SUP will only be for the cultivation of up to 2,000 plants.
I'll second the motion.
Does everybody understand the motion? All right. Is there a second on the motion? You second the motion? Okay. All right. Any discussion on the motion? No? All right. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes.
Commissioner Zarges,
Yes.
Commissioner Lear,
Yes.
Vice Chair Zerniak,
Yes.
Chair Acosta.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving forward to case number,
Commissioners, would y'all care to take a break, a quick 5-minute break before this next class case?
sure. Okay.
Thank you.
Staff, are you ready? Okay. We're going to proceed with case number Z 24-001.
Welcome back, Commissioners, Chair, Vice Chair. This is our last case of the day.
Good morning.
Morning.
Please.
Ready to get started.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Christopher Valencia, 845 North Motel Boulevard.
And do you affirm the testimony you're about to give today is the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now we can get started. 5D Z24001. We have the owner agent is Sleeping Joseph LLC. The agent's Paul Pompeo. He's here today. It's located on the east of New Mexico Highway 478 and Glens Grove Road, which is west of Otto. It's two different zones, an R5, a rural density residential, and a T2 zone. The request is to change zone changes on 31.87 acre parcel and the second parcel, 33.02 acre parcel from a T2 and R5 to a D1 zone to construct a residential housing development. Here we have the location of the two parcels, A being on top, the 31 acres on top, and B, the 32 acres on bottom. Okay. The parcels here with the Highway 478 right on the side, and also the lateral ditches here, surrounded by lateral ditches. The zoning map here shows an R5 for the northern parcel and a T2 for the bottom parcel. You can see here that the R5, if there is a zone change, it will be touching the D1 designation right there. In 2006, the Vado Community District zoning was created. It converted the northern parcel, which is the parcel A, at that time was a CRAG5, converted to an R5 designation, and then upon adopting of the UDC. For the bottom parcel, prior to February 2nd, 2017, the southern parcel was zoned Performance District, which allowed flexibility for the land use activities in the rural areas of the county while protecting the residents and the property values. In February 2nd, 2017, when the subject property was zoned a T2 rural from Performance District. Here we have his conceptual site plan, which is the 51 acre parcels. Further conversation will happen, I think, during the subdivision planning, because it was brought to our attention, the community development attention, that we're looking at the plan here with a lot of cul-de-sacs. And I think for the next rendition, we'd like to see a lot more connectivity through this, for this conceptual plan. Here's our area land use aerial again, touching the D1 zone, residential. And our subject parcel, looking down Highway 478 off to the left, we're looking south on the first image. You can see all the pecan trees here, large ditch, the east drain ditch, and then looking up north on the Highway 478, it's the same, right next to the east ditch. Looking down Glen Grove Road, here's Glens Grove Road, which Highway 478 is behind us, and this is the road that's going to be, it would be a private road. Looking at our zone change requirements, Chapter 350, Chapter 104C3, the duties and planning of the zoning commission, as well as the general requirements. We'll be looking at zone changes as well as the decisional criteria. There were 13 letters of notification were mailed out to all the property owners within 300 feet of the subject property. There were also legal ads placed in the paper on January 14th. The signs were also posted in a timely manner. The agenda was also posted to the Doña County website. There were 4 letters and 1 letter with 9 pages of a petition of signatures in opposition that were received for this project. Also, the agency reviews that we would like to, that the applicant will be discussing also will be the EBID applicant to address with the water rights. The crossing of the ditch, of the east drain ditch, needs a license, requires a license, as well as the developer needs to show EBID the right of way in the future plans for the east drain and mesquite drain. Here we have the posted notification signs down Glens Grove Road. And here are the notification signs and where were they sent out. The potential number of homes is 50 one-acre lots. The proposed population change will be 135 persons, as well as the demographics, which either the existing or proposed zoning, the property will be occupied by single-family residential housing, with the new residents comprised of various diverse groups based on age, race, ethnicity, gender, marital status, income, education, and employment, so very diverse. The potential traffic flows, that we have traffic analysis for this development is calculated by the Institute of Traffic Engineers and was handed to the group. And for the staff analysis, letter E, the need for new commercial or residential activity. Based on the ever-expanding population growth within Doña County, there remains a significant demand for one-acre residential home sites. The increased value of farmland along with inflation and interest rates makes the purchase of larger 2 and 5 acres out of reach for most purchasers. The zone change will facilitate the creation of acquirable land tracts to allow new home buyers the opportunity to live in the Mesilla Valley. Water for this development will be from the Lower Rio Grande Public Water Works Authority. The total average daily use is anticipated about 15,000 gallons of water. Water main extensions and new service connections and fire hydrants will be constructed for this development, and the sewer for this residential lots will be with New Mexico Environment Department approved septic and tank systems. The two primary infrastructure systems impacted by this development are transportation and water. The water system in this area will be extended to adequately supply the new development. The existing systems have sufficient water rights and water supply to the service development. The transportation access for the development is from Glens Grove Road and Highway 478. This project will require the construction of Glens Grove Road to adequately serve the new residential lots. All traffic will be directed to Highway 478. The highway is under jurisdiction of MDOT, and the access and construction on Highway 78 shall be approved and permitted by MDOT. Highway 478, as a principal arterial roadway extending from Las Cruces to El Paso, has the required capacity, the anticipated daily trips for this development. There's been no evidence of endangered rare species, animals, or plants in life in this area. As the area adjacent to the subject property is also zoned D1 and contains site-built homes, the impact of the development to the surrounding properties is negligible. As the subject property will be developed into single-family residential homes, the development standards will require new and modern structures along with landscaped yards. With these requirements, the development will blend in nicely with the surrounding properties. The cost of the land is not a determining factor for this zone change, and the applicant states that the zone change is congruent with the existing residential zoning adjacent of D1 to the property of the northwest. For our Plan 2040 comprehensive plan, the goals and actions, goal G1.1 plan communities for new population, the county needs to decide whether to make investments or to prepare for 45,000 new residents by 2040. People are coming to work and can help build the economy, but also they need services. For the next goal, 1.2, avoid the business as usual, as well as goal 2.1, to provide a predictable way to allocate development. The biggest distinctions in where land should be developed are between places that should be maintained as open space, either in natural or agricultural use, places that should develop because of proximity or to infrastructure. Plan 2040 comp plan, the goal 2.4 is to develop and redevelop land through well-coordinated types, neighborhoods and districts and corridors. Goal 3.1 and actions are the civic and agricultural of natural lands. For the staff analysis on the decisional criteria for the Miller case, is there a need to cover and perfect a previous ordinance or to correct mistakes or injustices? Currently, the R5 and T2 zone only allows for a minimum lot size of 5 acres and 2 acres respectively. The proposed parcels with this development call for 1 acre lots. The zone change is appropriate as there is compatible existing residential development and zoning designations and is reasonably necessary to protect the public interest in providing housing options. The 1 acre lots are more affordable than 2 acre or 5 acre lots. The requested zone change is not in conflict with a comprehensive plan or any other adopted plan. Decisional criteria D6, failure to change the zone district would deprive the owner of some economic, feasible, and similar use of the property to existing surrounding development. If the zone change is not allowed or approved, the applicant could still attempt to move forward with the development, but with much smaller yields than the number of homes and overall population of the proposed development within the existing zones of R5 and T2. Decision criteria for capital expenditure: the proposed zone change does not require capital expenditure by the county, and development costs will be borne by the developer. The proposed zone change justifications is for single-family residential homes, not for commercial or industrial uses, and is not dependent on the location to a collector or a major thoroughfare. However, Glen Grove Road will be updated with the required minimum MDOT standards, and Highway 478 is a paved MDOT-maintained 60-foot right-of-way. This application is not a strip zoning, and as the properties are directly adjacent and contiguous with the exact same zoning district to the northwest. The zone change is not considered a spot zone. The proposed zone change is in harmony with the surrounding areas to the northwest, and the size of development is appropriate for the area, and there will be a benefit to the community by increasing availability of housing needed in the Vado community. Our staff findings: the property is inside an incorporated municipal zoning authority with the Doña County and the Planning and Zoning Commission for us has jurisdiction to review this case. The request of this application is consistent with the requirements of the UDC code, general notice requirements, and the public hearing for a zone change. The zone change request for D1 does satisfy the decisional criteria for a zone change, and the zone change is appropriate and reasonably necessary to protect the public interest. Staff acknowledges that there is a need to cover and perfect previous defective ordinances or to correct mistakes or injustices therein. Currently, the T2 and R5 zone only allows for a minimum lot size of 2 and 5 acres. The zone change is appropriate as there is compatible existing residential development and zoning designations to the north, and is reasonably necessary to protect the public interest in providing housing options. The zone change to a D1 zoning district would not be considered spot zoning, as the proposed zone change is in harmony with surrounding areas. The zone change will not be in significant conflict with the following goals. Goal 1.1, plan communities for new population. Goal 1.2, avoid business as usual scenario. Goal 2.1, provide a predictable way to allocate development. Goal 2.4, develop and redevelop land. Goal 3.1 and its actions, civic, agricultural, and natural lands. Therefore, on our staff recommendations, based on our findings of fact, the staff analysis and agency comments, staff recommends approval of case Z24-001. Zone changes on a 31.87 acre parcel and an R5 zone, and a 33 acre parcel in a T2 zone to a D1 zone in order to construct a residential housing development. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions of staff?
Mr. Chair, Chris, I'd just like to clarify. I think you've said it a couple times. I just want to make sure I heard it right. With the existing zoning, with no change at all, in the R5, they would be able to develop in 5 acres lots, and in the T2, they could do 2 acre ones.
2 acres, yes, sir.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. Thank you.
Any further questions?
And the applicant is here today as well, and he has presentation as well.
I just have a question
Yes, sir.
on the Miller criteria. Did you say in your presentation that there was a change in conditions?
That there was a change, there's not a change in condition. Let me see, sufficient change in conditions making the zone necessary to protect there was not.
So there's no change in conditions?
There's no change in conditions, correct.
And then later on, Chris, you say, this is under applicable plans, policies, and criteria for approval, and it's number 6. Where evidence of a change or mistake is deduced, there is no reciprocal right. So you're saying that some economically feasible and similar use of property to existing is if the zone is not a change. So you're not saying that there is a change or a mistake. So there's no change of condition, and you're not identifying a change or mistake in the code, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if there's no change in conditions, and there's no change or mistake, then according to Miller criteria, we shouldn't be changing the zoning code or changing the classification. Is that the staff recommendation?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Zerniak, if you look at decisional criteria 5 on page 5 of 20, we are saying that 5C, we are saying that we believe it is advantageous to the community as articulated in the comp plan. So for 5A, B, or C, it needs to that's what we're addressing, C.
You're on page 5. Oh, I see.
5 of 20, 5A, B, and C.
Decisional criteria 5A, 5B, or 5C? 5C?
That it's we feel it is advantageous to the community and is not in conflict with the comp plan because 1 acre lots are more affordable than the 5 and 2 acre lots.
So, Janine, are you saying that's part of the Miller criteria?
I believe so, yes, Vice Chair.
Oh, yeah. Janine, do you have your mic on?
Yes.
Make sure it's close so that gentleman back there can hear you. Okay. I wasn't aware that that was part of it. I wasn't aware that was part of the Miller criteria.
Yes, that was one of the amendments we did based upon our recommendation from the legal team. And I believe that was for the, what is the Supreme Court decision regarding the Albuquerque Commons case.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Paul? We'll have a lot of questions for you here after a while.
Good morning. Please state your name and address for the record.
Paul Pompeo, 3500 Sedona Hills Parkway, Las Cruces, New Mexico.
And do you affirm the testimony you're about to give today is the truth under penalty of law?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commission, Chairman, Vice Chairman. My name is Paul Pompeo with Sauter Mill Associates. I have a brief presentation, and it mirrors a lot of staff's complete presentation you just heard, so I'll try to be brief as we work our way through that. As noted, the project location is located between Barreno and Vado, directly off of New Mexico 478, as shown here in this vicinity map. We're requesting a zone change from R5 and T2 down to D1 to allow for 1 acre lots. The proposed zone change provided would a net increase from 22 lots as allowed on the property today to 50 lots as shown on the previous schematic layout of the property. Here's an example of our just conceptual site plan to show how those lots may be configured. Glens Grove Road and the interior roadways will be paved and built to Doña County standards. Glens Grove Road will take access directly from New Mexico Highway 478 by NMDOT permit, and I think that's an important to note from this schematic layout. We're not taking roadways out of this development in and through any other existing roadways to the north or south or to the east, but directly to the state, New Mexico 478. As noted before, we will need a permit from NMED. We'll be required to use the existing crossing on the east drain, and that will be part of the subdivision process should this zone change case be successful. As noted before, we'll have community water will be extended and built within the subdivision, providing for community water and fire protection. Wastewater will be from on-site liquid waste disposal permitted by New Mexico Environmental Department. Under the decisional criteria, there can be today under the existing zoning 22 homes, and with this proposed zone change could be a maximum of 50.
That takes us from a population of 54 persons to 135. Under demographics, with either the existing or proposed zoning, the property will be occupied by single-family residential housing. The new residents comprised of various diverse groups based on age, race, ethnicity, gender, marital status, income, education, and employment. As noted by staff's presentation, the traffic impacts on New Mexico 478 will be 471 trips per day, 35 a.m. peak trips, and 47 p.m. peak trips. Need for new community residential activity. Based on an ever-expanding population growth within Doña County, there remains a significant demand for 1-acre residential home sites. The increased value of farmland, along with inflation and interest rates, make the purchase of larger 2- and 5-acre tracts out of the reach for most purchasers. This zone change will be facilitated to create acquirable land tracts to allow new home buyers the opportunity to live within the Mesilla Valley. As noted before, the water will be from the Lower Rio Grande Public Water Works Authority with the consumption rate of 15,000 gallons per day. And as previously noted, those water mains will be extended to this development. As previously noted, wastewater will be handled by on-site individual septic tanks. As discussed, the two primary infrastructure systems impacted by this development are transportation and water. As previously noted, the water system will be from a community provider. Access will be from Glens Grove Road and New Mexico 478. New Mexico 478, as previously mentioned, is under the jurisdiction of the New Mexico Department of Transportation, and all permitting and construction requirements within the state right-of-way will be by those allowed by the NMDOT. Subject property has historically been utilized as agricultural farming. Adjacent land uses are also farming along with residential home sites down to and under 1 acre in size. There are no environmentally sensitive areas or adjacent to the subject property. There are no documented areas of historical significance on or adjacent to this property. And there are no documented areas on or adjacent to the property containing endangered or rare species. As the area adjacent to the subject property is also zone D1 and others, and contains site-built homes, the impact of the development to the surrounding properties is negligible as the new land uses, as there are not new land uses proposed by this application. Aligned with the comprehensive plan, in general, the creation of low-density residential housing to meet the needs of an expanding population and demand for consumers is not in conflict with the Doña County Comprehensive Plan. Creating desirable home sites is in concert with sections population and employment goals G1.1 and G1.2, follows the sector plan scenarios for rural-based development goals G2.1 and G2.4, goals outlined in the civic, agricultural, and natural lands, specifically agricultural lands, are met by this type of development. 1 acre lots allows for the creation of residential home sites, but also a large enough lot to continue the cultivation of numerous pecan trees in concert with the surrounding properties. Change of condition. For this property, the zone change is necessary due to a change of condition, which in my estimation is based on population growth and an expanding employment opportunities in the Santa Teresa and for that fact in the southern Doña County. Most appropriate zoning district. Based on current zoning demand for rural residential housing, the 1 acre minimum lot size is the most appropriate. This allows for the development of adequately sized housing, allows for the planting in numerous pecan trees, and creates lots of a size that are able to be adequately maintained by the average lot owner while not artificially requiring lot sizes over 1 acre in size, which are difficult to maintain and also leads to an increase in urban sprawl. Spot zoning. This application is not considered spot zoning as the properties are directly adjacent to and contiguous with the exact same zoning district to the northwest. Major and unplanned capital expenditures. The development will not require any capital expenditures from the public sources. Any required development infrastructure will be provided by the developer. With that, Mr. Chairman,
that concludes my presentation. I would be happy to answer any questions that this commission has. Following those commissions, following the answering of your questions, Mr. Chairman, the property owner would like to say a few words about his vision for the development of this property.
Okay, the property owner's here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We'll have him come forward.
Okay.
And then we'll ask you to come back again.
Okay.
I have a lot of questions for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Will you please state your name and address for the record?
I'm Enrique Vasquez. I live in 4820 Emory Road, El Paso, Texas, 79922.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give today is the truth under penalty of law?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
I have a first question for you before you start. Sleeping Joseph.
Yes.
How did you get that name?
Okay. There's a friend that came from Chihuahua. And he told us, okay, I have your farm. I need you to buy that farm. I said, well, I don't have money to buy that farm. But, I'm going, let's see, let's go to see it. And then when I hung up the phone, a priest called me from Monterrey. And he asked me, okay, Enrique, I know you're from the church, and the Pope, now he has this Saint Joseph, and he want that you can help him to prepare this name. Say, okay, Father, well, let's talk later about it, and let's talk about it. And then I continued to try to buy the farm and to see what happened, and this friend told me that go to the bank, go over there and ask for money everywhere and say, well, it's impossible for me to do that, but only a miracle can do that one. And they say, well, if this happened, I'm going to put the name Saint Joseph, Sleeping Joseph. Okay? So I went to the lawyers and everything, and they removed the saint. But it's still, for me, it's Sleeping Joseph. Saint. And for us, that was a real miracle. We didn't have money to buy it, and we do that. And normally, I've been a dentist for 42 years, in my practice, and I'm still planning to work on that because I really enjoy helping people doing my job. In the meantime, I believe that I cannot do that job for a long time. That's why I like the idea to be a farmer. And I started doing farmer, and I've been doing farming 5 years since that. So we start with really enjoying, and we try to be the most friendly with all the neighbors. And we never have the way to drive a tractor and to use the machines, the agriculture and everything. But now I believe I can do it. I'm a farmer. And the first year we started with a lot of enthusiasm, but on the first harvest that we have, when we have the pecans, then I noticed that the offer that they give us for that pecans, it was half of the normal one production, because we have one type of pecans that it's a butler pecan, and it's the round pecan, and the persons who buy that pecans on this area pay half of the normal price for the pecans. So instead receiving $2 per pound, they offer the first time 99 cents per pound. So with the production that we have on that 33 acres of pecans, it wasn't enough to pay the expenses that we do over there. So we tried to save it, and then, okay, next year will be better. And next year, the production was less than that, and we still try to find a better way to sell it. But on that time, we have a problem with the Chinese guys that Trump say that we don't going to sell it anything to them, so the price go down again. So that we don't have enough money to pay that the other one, the cost of the land. And the next year we have an accident, and we try to, because we don't have all the machines to harvest, then we take all the pecans to another farm to have them us to clean the pecans, and then one of the machines that take all the pecans throw on the street. And so we lost more than the half of that production. And every year we lost in between $75,000 and $50,000 every year. So, and in the other place, we have alfalfa. So okay, we don't have enough pecans. Okay, with the alfalfa, we're going to have a better year with this one. One time we have 1,800 bales. Oh, fantastic, that one. So we put it in storage, and we try to make it in one place. And in a few days, we go back, and somebody's stolen a lot of those bales. We call the police, and the police say, okay, we already take the notes. Okay, we already have the footprints here and the roads, and okay, see you then. And a few weeks later, then somebody stolen our garage where we had everything. It was more than $10,000 in our machines and everything there. And 2 or 3 months later, they stolen again. And the police came, and okay, we already take notes, and there's no result at all. Yeah. Here's one of the neighbors that he saw everything what happened to me. Now say, okay, I cannot continue with this one. I need to sell it. We try to sell it for another farmer. We went to my neighbor in front, my neighbor on the other side, and all the pecans production around us, he say, you bought a white elephant over there. There's no way that can produce. So nobody interested to buy that one. Okay. So if there's nobody that they do the same that can buy it, then okay, what's my other option? My other option, well, maybe somebody, if I cut the trees, maybe they can come and buy everything to do another product, another project, but now he has this idea. My son suggests, well, we have a 5 acres home. Well, right now I live in a quarter of acres. That's the size of my house, and it's too big for us. We only live, my wife and I, and that it is too big. If I live in 1 acre home, well, I need to work a lot to do that garden, that I don't have enough force to do it by myself, okay? Now, well, this is the best choice that I have right now, okay? Let's try to find families that can live in 1 acre. That's still too big to be a home. I'm not sure if you have a 1 acre house, yeah, but okay, let's see, that's my option that we have right now. 1 big lot with a small house on it. And well, let's see if somebody can come. In the meantime, I have a lot of friends, the doctors and lawyers and engineers that live around my house and say, okay, can you sell me 1 acre or 2 acres? I would like to have a nice cabin next, not too far from my house. The way that we can bring the family and they go, okay, it sounds nice. In my dream, in my farm, nice houses there, nice place to live. Well, I dreamed like maybe if, I don't want to say this one, but if my wife die, maybe I can retire there. I can live there alone. My wife, she doesn't like to live there. I'm sure if I die, she's still living in the house that I want.
Your reasoning behind this is because it's an investment for you for retirement.
Yes, yeah, it can be, and for my family to, yeah, that's one of the reasons.
And you also mentioned being a friendly neighbor.
Yes.
And I showed Paul all the signatures from the existing dairy. I mean, there's a lot of signatures here, you know.
I'm sure they don't know exactly what we're planning to do. They don't see this project right now. And I'm sure they believe that we're trying to do something like we have on the north. We have at the north, we have a 1 acres land over there, but it looks really like a trash over there. Everything it's there. They have an old mobile homes there, and they don't have restriction over there. That's what I don't want to do that one with my dreams. I would like to do something nice there. If they put it mobile homes, they must be new on that area to have a pretty place there. That's what I'm trying to do. Not an old. I don't like the mobile homes, the old mobile homes there. Over there, it must be something pretty there. That's what I'm trying to do. Okay.
Any questions? No questions? Okay, well, thank you very much for your presentation.
Okay.
Very well explained.
I
Thank you
have
so much.
another pictures, another projects, but you can show them.
Paul, we have some questions of you. On page 2 of 20, community sewer, can you explain that?
Mr. Chairman, on our application packet, we had always intended on using on-site septic NMED approved treatment. So we are not in any way tying into any community wastewater system on this project.
So, so no septic tanks, right?
No, yes. We are using on-site NMED approved treatment. We are not going to connect to community wastewater.
You're not?
We are not. Because our It's 3/4 acre minimum lot size for that NMED application, but we're at 1 acre.
Okay,
Chair, just to clarify, on that page that you're talking about, it's just telling the commission that under D1, you can go down to 1 acre, or if you had community sewer, you could go down to 6,000 square feet lots. But that's not coming from the applicant, it's just a statement, it's just what we have in the code, that currently you can go down to 6,000 if you had sewer. Since they don't have sewer, then they're capped at 1 acre minimums.
the other question I have is, on AASHTO standards for highway use, what standard do you use for ingress and egress to the parcel?
Well, the New Mexico Department of Transportation on their SAMI manual, which is the Site Access Control Manual, in that manual, it dictates requirements for traffic impact studies. It lists out requirements for turn lanes, whether ACEL or decel lanes, or right or left turning movements. So all those are spelled out in the state's access control manual. And in order for us to get a permit for construction for that Glen Grove Road access, we would have to make application to NMED and meet all of those requirements.
So the ingress will be 478?
Yes, solely 478, and no, it will not be from any other location.
And is that a collector? I mean, is that a major arterial? I don't think so.
Principal arterial.
Principal?
On the Mesilla Valley MPO thoroughfare map.
Okay. Any questions of Paul? Commissioners? Let's see, what else? I was under the impression the community sewer would be like what we have up in Oregon, but I'm too far to the left on that one. Thank you for that.
No, Mr. Chairman, we're just going to use the site-specific, individually permitted NMED system.
Okay. And then on the letters of oppositions that we have here, you received that package, right?
Yes, I did.
Regarding the dairy that is existing there, the router.
I'm going to,
Can you show us do you have one where the dairy is actually located in reference to your development?
Mr. Chairman, from the property ownership map, and I'll use the pointer here, the dairy property is located here, across this is the Mesquite Drain, I believe, here. These two triangular parcels here and then down below. In the letter from the dairy, there was reference made to high density, that we are not doing high density. We are definitely a low density. But regardless of whether this is 1 acre or 2 acre or 5 acre, those home sites would be allowed directly adjacent to that property. So I don't think there's a change of circumstance there. There could be residential structures, regardless of the zone change, located in the same proximity to the operation that's going on to the east on that farming and dairy operation.
Okay. The other question I had was, and you will comply to the Elephant Butte Irrigation District comments?
Mr. Chairman, I did receive, the staff had emailed me a copy of the letter from EBID. The principal takeaways from that were we needed to permit the crossing at the Glen Grove and New Mexico 478, which we intend to do. There is a notation here about making sure that accommodations are made for future irrigation. If you can see the schematic layout in front of you, with my pointer, I'm pointing to you'll see a property line that runs through the property, and it's pretty much in the same alignment. The reason that is because there's an existing irrigation structure there, and we intend to keep that, and therefore make the properties available for surface irrigation.
And does that transfer in perpetuity to any of the landowners that will acquire any of those lots?
I'm sorry, Mr.
Is it
Chairman.
part of perpetuity with that? I mean, they're going to be notified what's going on when somebody purchases a property, right, for a point of disclosure?
Yes, absolutely. If should this we be successful and this move to the subdivision, that would be properly noted in the subdivision disclosure statement.
Okay. Let's see. Any further questions of Paul, commissioners?
I just have a quick one.
Yes.
So Paul, in the letter from Mr. DeRuiter in opposition, he says, this is a quote, Sunset Dairy also has a discharge permit with NMED. Sunset Dairy flood irrigates applying dairy wastewater to 130 acres of fields next to Sleeping Joseph LLC property. Our 47.6 acre field borders the Sleeping Joseph 33.02 acre property. Our field is 85 feet from the Sleeping Joseph property. The wastewater we apply to this field has a very strong manure and urine odor and is applied twice a month. Is that of concern to you from a marketing perspective?
Well, Mr. Chairman, Dr. Zerniak, that operation is going on today, and, that would be something that would have to be disclosed.
It would.
In our disclosure statement, but then again, if we subdivided the property under the current zoning, the same situation would exist.
But you would have to, I'm just asking about disclosure.
Oh, absolutely, it'd have to be disclosed because there's also the Right to Farm Act in the state of New Mexico that, we can't trample on that state statute. So, but in all disclosure and transparency to any future buyers, that would have to be absolutely disclosed.
Okay, thank you, Paul.
Any further questions of Paul, commissioners? No? Okay. We may have to bring it back again.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would like to reserve my right after, I know that there's several people here to speak about this case, and I would like to reserve my right to come back before the commission and answer or offer explanation to any of the comments that are made.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anybody in the gallery for or against this case?
Yes, we currently have 4 people, the first one being John DeRuiter.
Okay, the first person, please step forward. State your name for the record. They're going to swear you in.
John DeRuiter, P.O. Box 10, Mesquite, New Mexico.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give today is the truth under penalty of law?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask you a question, Mr. DeRuiter. Way back, we had a meeting at the Del Cerro fire station, I believe. Am I correct, Janine? Community Center. Were you present at that?
No, I wasn't.
Were you in business at that time?
Yes.
You
Well,
were?
I mean, when was this?
Oh, way back, Luis Marmolejo?
Okay, I don't know if I was present at that
All right,
meeting.
okay, I was just curious.
I would think we were, because
At
we've been
that-
in business.
Yeah, at that time, the dairy people wanted to have a 10-acre minimum lot size, okay? And then it was discussed, they came back, we had to approve what the community wanted at the time, which was the dairy farmers were all there, Gonzalez and all of them were there. Anyway, about a month or 2 later, they came back, and then they decided that 10 acres was too much. After I had presented to them that 10 acres is a chunk of land, and you well know how much 10 acres is, right? So anyway, so they came back, and they went back to a 5-acre subdivision plot in the event that the dairy was to go, bankrupt or decided to leave. And so we have dairies right next to your property there that are vacant. I mean, basically all the cows have gone. So you had, we're taking this into testimony. There's a lot of people there that are opposed to it, right?
I guess I don't know of everybody that's opposed to it. We're just concerned with our current operation that's, that we're doing, that we're going to affect the people that buy or move into the property and then turn around and complain about the dairy being there and then causing problems for us. We've been, that facility, I think, has been there we haven't owned it for 45 years, but has been there for around 45 years. And the brown area on that picture are cattle pens, and then the green area around it are affluent application areas. And we have, the cows produce effluent, so we have a permit to discharge it and and agronomic rates on the property and grow crops. So, at a minimum, we would at least request that some covenants are stated in there that they realize that owners purchasing the property or renting the property understand that there is a dairy operation there, it's existing, and it produces, odors and smells or dust and flies. I mean, because flies are part of a dairy.
That's why I asked about the disclosure.
Yeah, I
statement.
didn't, I caught that at the end, but, we realize that that property could be developed in larger housing or acre lots, but we're just concerned with the amount, increased amount of people. With people come problems for dairies, so we're just trying to protect our business, and who knows how long we're there. That changes with time. You can just see going down the freeway, how many dairies have gone out of business. And it could be in 2 years, we're applying for the same thing.
Yeah.
You don't know. But we're, at this moment in time, we're just wanting everybody to acknowledge that we have a dairy and it's in that vicinity, and it does affect people who are not used to having animals around them, This will change that. So, and that's our only concern.
Well, I mean, the way I interpret the letter, and I could be wrong, it's, buyer beware.
Well, I mean, that's with anything you do, right? I mean, you buy something, you have to understand what you're buying.
Yeah.
But sometimes that's not the case, and sometimes people are led astray, or, realtors don't disclose everything, and then all of a sudden, something happens, and then they try to go out
In the
and
event
fix their
there's,
problem.
yeah, in the event there's litigation down the line, say, well, dust, flies, all that kind of stuff, odor. So basically, this is your statement that buyer beware.
We want to put it on the record that
Right.
that we're here.
Yeah, we're here.
It's not like we can just get up and move and go someplace else easily without great expense.
All right. Well, thank you for your comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
could I make a comment about
Please come back, Mr. DeRuiter.
Mr. DeRuiter's comment?
We're going to wear the carpet out here.
I don't really have a question for him. I just wanted to state, I've worked in agriculture in 3 different states, Colorado, Nebraska, and Kansas, a lot of feedlots. Here's my concern. I share your concern with this because I've seen it happen more than once. When a new development goes in, I've seen it happen next to cattle pens. I've seen it happen next to pig farms, where the new residents then get lawyers. They sue, even though the existing one has been there before. And typically what happens is the courts often order an organization like yours, Sunset Dairy, to do odor abatement, which can be expensive. And so I share your concern that you can disclose this to the new owners. That doesn't necessarily prevent them from trying to take legal action, which may cause you to have legal expenses. And maybe some other things that you may have to do in order to satisfy what the court might order. So I just wanted to say, I've seen it happen, and I would be concerned if I were you.
Well, we've been sued before already, so we know how it works.
Thank you. Any further questions of Mr. DeRuiter?
I have one. This layout up here only shows the project. The area all around this project is also D1 1-acre lots and stuff. Have you been getting have we seen complaints and stuff from the other people there, or is it only this development that's affecting your farm area?
I don't know that, I mean, I don't know of any complaints against the current operation going on. I'm not saying that those potential property owners would be complaining about it
I'm not
either.
trying to predict the future here.
Right, no.
I've been there where
I'm not,
these
but
other guys were.
we're just wanting it on record that we are an existing operation. It does cause problems for us to have another, 50 lots of people, which, I think they figured 135 residents maybe. Those are potential, complaints coming down the road for us. And like I said, the future's, like you stated too, is, you don't know what the future brings, but, as long as as we have an operation going on that causes potential impacts to people, that could be a problem for us.
And just as a comment, you could reverse the order of operation now. If they were there first and then you came in, you could just imagine, right?
Right, well, I mean, you know, that's the thing,
Right.
you know, right.
Okay. Well, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Yasha Naparko?
Yes, please.
Will, can we get the other PowerPoint, just so we can put the other aerial?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Please state your name for the record. Get closer to the microphone, please. We're going to swear you in.
Good morning, Commissioners and Mr. Chair. My name is Yasha Naparko. I reside at 20 Palomino Road in Vado, New Mexico.
Good afternoon. Do you affirm the testimony that you're about to give today is the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you.
And your last name?
Naparko?
Okay.
So let me give you my perspective as a person who's lived in this area for the last...
Closer to the microphone.
I'd like to give you my perspective from a resident of the surrounding area for the past 22 years. And if I may also get a show of hands from my friends and neighbors here that live in the area that are opposed to this development, I want to give you the reality of it as someone who's lived there, who's invested a lot of time and money, and my livelihood is there at the residence that I have. I'm not going to talk to you about hopes and dreams and bad business investments that I'm trying to recover the expense on. I'm going to tell you what it's like as someone who's paid money and lives there, and that's where my family is growing up, and that's where they're raised. So I want to give you kind of a day-to-day perspective of what goes on there and give you maybe a more realistic picture of what the area is like and what the residents are like. So the first, as I said, this is our livelihood. We live here, we farm here. Mr. DeRuiter has had his operation there. And going back to something that was asked of Mr. DeRuiter earlier, you brought up the conversation or the meeting with Mr. Marmolejo. I was actually on that steering committee with Mr. Marmolejo back in 2006 and came here and presented to the commissioners. And we got the CRI 5 designation approved for that area. And the reason we did that is because we like living in a rural area. We like the openness. We like the agrarian lifestyle. We want to see the farmland continue. We want to see the operations continue. So that's kind of what drove us, all of us, to live in that area and to thrive in that area. And this type of thing goes completely against the things that we stand for and the way that we live. So touching first on traffic, you understand that Highway 478 is very busy. There's a lot of farm equipment. There's a lot of big trucks. There's a lot of pecan harvesting equipment, things that move up and down that road during the various seasons of the year. So it's not just, it's remiss if you don't consider those kinds of things when you say that Highway 478 is not going to be impacted, because it is. The other thing that caught me by surprise is the fact that they're going to be allowed, or the proposal is there to use septic tanks. There's been a tremendous effort within the county over the past 15 years to get rid of septic tanks. In fact, as recently as last year, the area to the north of us was completely torn up and under construction as they brought in sewer to the residents that live in the area. So I'm conflicted how they can be approved to use septic tanks, whereas we're spending lots of taxpayer money to get rid of septic tanks and bring in sewer. So let's just say, for the sake of discussion, that you do bring in sewer. Are you aware that right now there's a lift station in Vado itself at the intersection of Highway 478 and 228, perhaps, that goes to La Mesa? That lift station has been modified and refitted several times. Right now it's under construction again. There are diesel-powered pumps sitting on either side of the road moving sewage because that lift station is under capacity. It's not able to keep up with the amount of sewage coming in. So on one hand, you're saying septic tanks, but on the other hand, the infrastructure is not there to support it. Even if you came back and said, no, you guys have to hook up to the public sewer, the infrastructure is not there. It can't support it. It's already over capacity. And every 2 to 3 years, we go through the cycle where it's over capacity and they're having to spend more money and disrupt traffic flow and tear things up. So that's, the infrastructure simply isn't there. Emergency response is another question. We have fire station in La Mesa, but it's a very small fire station. That's the closest one. you've got a residence here of, say, 150 or 50 lots, whatever it was, how are you going to respond effectively in the case of an emergency? So that needs to be considered as well. Interestingly enough, schools are going to be hugely impacted by this because there's an elementary school in Vado, and they're already bringing in portable buildings to accommodate the number of students at that school. So how are you going to accommodate, not you personally, but how are the students going to be accommodated appropriately in this type of situation? So that's something that needs to be considered. There's also major safety concerns. If you've noticed on the diagram, this subdivision is located literally right across the road from railroad tracks. And the trains move up and down those tracks multiple times a day, all hours of the day and night. That's a large safety concern. You've got canals, you've got drains, you've got seasonal hunting that goes on during dove season, you've got hunters in the area, and you've got lots of farm equipment in the area. It's just not, I don't think you can make the argument that it's a great place for city kids to grow up. That's just not gonna happen. The other thing that strikes me as interesting is I've heard mentioned several times, this brings in affordable housing. I'm sure you're all aware that at the Vado exit and also at Barino Road, where Barino Road meets the frontage road, there's 2 huge developments going in already. So there's your affordable housing. You don't need to take perfectly good farmland that's got productive trees and productive crops on it and turn it into this type of establishment. I would further say, there was some mention made of spot zoning. I mean, to me, this is the definition of spot zoning. It's in disharmony with the surrounding area. Yeah, there's some smaller lots around the area, but if you look at the predominance of the area we're talking about, it's all agricultural. It's all farmed. Across the road is a giant orchard. There's farmland all around it. So yes, absolutely, it's in disharmony with the surrounding area. The size of the area, if it was 5 acres, yeah, maybe we could live with it, but 65 acres, that's a huge chunk of our beautiful farmland right there that's gonna be gone. And then what's the benefit? I don't actually see the benefit. The people out there rely on the land to make their living in most cases. So how does this benefit them? I would also go on further, looking at Plan 2040, which has been brought up several times here. One of the most uniform desires expressed throughout the public engagement process was to preserve existing farmlands. So I don't see how this process would satisfy that requirement. That's all I have unless there's any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your statement.
And I'm sorry, not to mention the 100 plus signatures that we got too from the area.
And Dr. Zerniak has a question for you.
You live on Palomino Road?
Yes, sir.
Can you show me on the screen where that is?
Let's see. Right there where the mouse is pointing. So approximately 3/8 of a mile due north of the north property line of the parcel that's under consideration.
So is it an east-west road?
Palomino is a north-south road, and the major road that runs there is Franco. Franco Road runs east and west between 478 and the frontage road. Hopefully, is the mouse showing up?
Oh, I see what.
Sorry, it must have moved on me. Right there where the mouse is.
Okay.
It keeps going away. I'm sorry. You see where it says Franco Road? There's a denote, an annotation right there that says Franco Road.
Right.
That's my property there.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
The next gentleman is Miguel Cedillo. Good afternoon, Mr. Cedillo. Can you please state your name and address for the record?
Miguel Cedillo, 6790 Highway 478.
Do you affirm the test?
048.
Sorry. Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give today is the truth under penalty of law?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I live directly, the proposed is going to be right up against my back gate of my house, back fence. I get up in the morning and I look at all this beautiful farmland. His farm was really beautiful in its day. I know he's had bad luck, but I go out there and I feed my chickens, and I moved from El Paso out here in 2000 for that open space and
and farm ranch life. Brought my kids, raised them there. I go out in the morning and I feed my chickens and I look at all this beautiful landscape, his farm and the other farms and the Franklin Mountains. And all of this is getting ready to go away. Whoever moves in there, we've dealt with flies, the odor of the cows, the mosquitoes and the disease they carry. There's no sidewalks. We're going to have a bunch of kids running up and down that highway. Last year, there was a hit and run, somebody walking down the road at night. The railroad tracks, you know, my kids were up there. It's not a real friendly place to bring up kids. Mine made it. There's the irrigation canals, which you can't keep the kids out of. They're going to be in there. I know it's just me, but I'm too old to start over again. You know, I don't want to live with, you know, this community that's getting ready to explode. I know that there's going to be progress and people need places to live, but up towards the freeway, all these dairies that are closed down, there's already land that's clear and ready for this kind of stuff. Towards Anthony, a lot of people have already given up their water rights, the land's for sale. This would be a beautiful place for subdivisions. This farm, it's just rich. The water is like 13 feet down at my house. It's just a crying shame to see this kind of thing happen. I mean, again, I know it's coming, but if we keep letting, you know, the city expand like this over this beautiful farmland, we're going to be paying $1 a tomato if we keep letting. I mean, there is other places instead of this beautiful, rich of farmland going away. Yeah, I oppose it. I love my neighbor. I really do, and I'm sorry that he's had problems, you know, with his farm. I think I'm done. I just oppose it. I don't want it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you.
The last gentleman is Mitch Boyer. Good afternoon. Please state your name and address for the record.
Mitchell Boyer, 190 Hogan Road, Vado, New Mexico.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give today is the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. As I said, my name is Mitchell Boyer. I happen to be the great-grandson of the founder of Otto, Frank Boyer. I'm here today in total support of this new development and opportunity. I have spent, as a community leader, I've spent years as the village council chairman of our village. And we have spent years trying to grow our community because development brings up a lot of positive things. We had one recently up on the hill that the gentleman spoke of. It brought nothing but positive impact on our community in terms of infrastructure, voting. There's a number of things that I've seen through the years that new developments have brought to communities. It gives us a better voting power, therefore it gives us more power. You know what, growth is inevitable. Whether we like it or not, it's here to stay and it's going to continue. I want to see this community grow in a positive respect. I looked at some of the plans. I'm very excited about what the possibility of my community and continuing to grow my community is. We've had probably, anybody that know me from the past, I'm the number one person that opposed dairies. I fought dairies for years. I'm probably one of the primary reasons why a lot of them are closing. If you look at the history, I commissioned an impact study a number of years ago that identified a lot of the problems that dairies have causing, and they have, since then, a lot of them have been fined thousands and thousands of dollars for violations. Yes, rules were there, but they weren't enforced. I have cost the dairy industry in our area nearly, I'd say, roughly millions of dollars in fines because of the repeated violations, and nobody was listening when we were opposing the problems with the dairy until we commissioned an $80,000 study to bring science to what we were saying about the negative impacts dairies had in our community and still do. I recently returned back to the Vado after a 12-year hiatus living in Phoenix, Arizona, and I was appalled at a lot of things that has not been done. Now, I love my neighbors. I applaud their passion for their neighborhoods, but me as a community leader, I have a passion about my community and the growth and the future of my community. Therefore, I support this effort, and I will do anything I can to bring it up, to bring it to fruition. We're also getting another development just on the other side from where we speak of. That development that's been there for about 5 years has been, again, I'm sounding redundant, but has been nothing but a positive impact on our community in terms of fundings for our schools. I was a former board president at the Gaston District for a number of years, and I understand their concerns, but I'm saying, based on what I've heard, the opposition and the reasons for the oppositions are unfounded. Because I can pretty much, somebody said, well, there's going to be increased crime, there's going to be dogs and all that. We got that in all communities. But I, as a founder's great-grandson and a continued leader in our community, I support this effort 100%. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Boyer.
No further comments, sir. There's no one further.
Okay, well, I'm going to close it to the gallery. Commissioners, do you have any questions of Paul? Or for Paul, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, as previously requested, I wanted a chance to respond to a couple of comments that were made, and I'll be brief. A lot of the reasons that people have listed that have larger land tracts and that they want to live in the valley is the same reason why people that want to buy 1 acre lots want to live in the valley. I grew up on an acre lot in the valley, next to the railroad tracks, next to the irrigation ditches, next to the drains and everything else. And you know what? I had a great childhood. It was awesome. And the problem with the large land tracts from a socioeconomic standpoint is it limits the people that can have access to that kind of place to live. As Mr. Chairman and Vice Chair, you're more than aware that with Elevate Las Cruces and the changes going on in that zoning code of the Darconian zoning districts is being removed into sector planning and more appropriate planning based on the overall general need of the population. So I believe that this opens the door to allow more people to have that same opportunity to enjoy a life that's out in the valley that's not in an urban setting. It was mentioned about traffic on Highway 478. That's under the pure jurisdiction of the NMDOT, and they would require me to do a TIA. And of course, if they approve that, then they would find that the roadways were at adequate capacity at this time. Again, mentioning wastewater, we're not proposing wastewater on this. There are issues with the South Valley wastewater systems, but I want to point out to the commission that due to the Up until 1973, you could have a septic tank on a quarter-acre lot. And up until 1979, you could have a septic tank on a half-acre lot. And all of this money that we're spending is fixing those problems from those days, not new development. With that being said, I'll end my comments by saying, Commission, I believe this is a great opportunity to let others have the opportunity to live in the valley floor, in a farming type-based community. It's noted from my presentation, I don't know if I was clear, the southern portion of this subdivision has pecan trees on it, and it's our goal is to interact the road alignments and the house pad site or the pad sites to be in and amongst those trees, and to transplant the trees from the south to the north, so that wherever there's going to be roads and on home sites, so that whole area does have pecan trees on it. So yes, we are creating 1 acre lots. Yes, that does bring development, but it is, we're going to have agriculture use to the rest of the property. I think more times than not, we look around the valley floor, we see land tracts that were created by subdivision, and they're nothing more than a very nice home and right there, but the rest of the property is untilled, it's unirrigated, there's nothing going on with it. That gets into from my presentation, urban sprawl. If we had 5 acre minimum at 50 lots, we need 250 acres to put this many homes down. And it's just unobtainable. And and I'm sorry, last comment. It was mentioned affordable. I never mentioned affordable in my presentation. I mentioned attainable, and attainable is what we're striving for. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for your time. Thank you for the Commission's time, and thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Before you leave, Paul, any questions from no questions? Okay. All right, thank you. And I, as a comment to you, every time we've had any presentations from you, you followed it to the letter of the law. So we appreciate that. Okay. Any other comments from the gallery? Okay, please step forward, Mr. DeRuiter.
This is to dispute Mitch's comment that we've been fined millions of dollars in the dairy, as a dairy operator, and I have not been fined at all. So I'm just commenting, and this is nothing, I just didn't want it, the presumption that the dairy industry is a bad actor. I mean, there's things that come along with the dairy, but we have not been fined millions of dollars.
Okay, you just want to set the record straight that
Yes,
there's
basically.
no infractions, okay. Well, I guess the chair entertains a motion, commissioners. Oh, one more? I didn't see their hand, I'm sorry. Are they,
No, sir, there was nobody else on the list.
I'll let you step forward.
Mr.
We're going to
Chair,
ask you to raise your right hand, we're going to swear you in. Yeah,
Mr. Chair,
yeah. What's that?
Albert.
Oh, sure. Well,
¿Cuál es su nombre?
Dora Martínez,
¿Su dirección?
115 Master Road.
Si puede levantar su mano derecha y jura decir la verdad y solamente la verdad.
Tal vez hasta más que la verdad.
Gracias. Voy a tratar de traducirlo un poquito. Si nomás déme oportunidad para traducirlos a ellos, ¿ok?
Mire, nosotros...
Señora Martínez, ¿verdad?
Sí, señor.
Sí. Dígame su testimonio, a ver qué nos va a decir.
Mire, nosotros ya vamos para 30 años ahí viviendo. Entonces, hace 4 años venimos a pedirles que si nos podían poner el drenaje. Fueron y nos pusieron una calle bien bonita, pero el drenaje no llegó.
Bueno, déjeme preguntarle, con el drenaje, ve que dice usted que no tiene drenaje ahorita, ¿verdad?
Sí, todos, allí toda la comunidad.
¿En dónde mero vive usted?
Por la Mustang y Franco.
I'm going to translate this. Mrs. Martinez states that she was promised way back, we don't know who promised her, but that there was going to be a sewer system installed to the vicinity. However, it hasn't happened yet. So
al poner el señor las casas, como él sí tiene dinero, a él sí le van a poner el drenaje y a nosotros que tenemos 30 años ahí no puede llegar.
Bueno, deje preguntarle, ¿en dónde mero vive usted? Albert, where exactly does she live?
Por la Mustang y
Can you point it
Franco
out for
Road.
us?
Sí, en Sleeping Farm.
And Commissioners, her request is, in the event that this is approved, would she have access to sewer? Ahorita
30 años.
Dispense, tiene drenaje ahorita en su casa, ¿verdad?
No, tenemos puros spool en
Bueno,
toda
tiene
la
fosa.
comunidad.
Tiene fosa.
Todos allí.
Okay.
Chair, nomás para aclarar lo que se está proponiendo, ellos no van a poner drenaje y nadie les va a poner drenaje. Ellos también van a estar en tanque séptico.
Entonces, ya teníamos años con la lechería y cada rato venían a chequearnos a nuestros terrenos porque estaba contaminada la tierra. Ahora, al poner todos esos spool, ¿otra vez se va a contaminar el agua?
Pues la pregunta, a ver si la podemos responder, okay? Her question is, in times past, septic tanks were basically contaminating the underground static water line of the aquifer, right? So at this point in time, she's requesting that this subdivision in play, is it going to be doing the same thing that they were requested not to do way back 5, 6 years ago? And I have a question for staff. And I guess, Paul, please come back forward again.
Como mire,
In a few minutes, a few seconds. She's requesting if sewer would be a probability that she could hook onto that, or the adjacent people where she lives.
Mr. Chairman, when we first started this project, we looked at wastewater. The distance from this subdivision to the south to get to any system that has the capable of picking up this wastewater is just economically not feasible to extend it up that far. The dollar amount would far outweigh any revenue generated by this development.
Bueno,
It's going to be a community effort, I guess, Mr. Chair.
deje decirle, el ingeniero, señor Pompio, dice que no puede darle drenaje porque el costo de eso va a estar inmenso.
pues sí, pero al poner más casas, ¿sí les van a otorgar a ellos?
Bueno, esa es una pregunta técnica que yo no le puedo responder ahorita aquí, ¿verdad? Pero le agradezco mucho que me dio sus comentarios sobre el drenaje.
Sí, porque pues ya tenemos muchos años y ellos apenas llegaron y a ellos sí les van a otorgar.
Sí, y en oposición,
Nosotros no.
en oposición a una séptica, a una fosa. So, she says, she still stays with a comment that she would like to have an answer regarding when is it that we're going to have sewer available to her? And I told her that it's a technical question and we don't know. No sabemos cuándo podemos decirle sí o no.
Ahora, ¿cuántas familias van a venir nuevas?
Pues van a venir 50, van a haber
Ahí está.
50,
¿Y ustedes están dispuestos a poner una escuela nueva?
pues van a tener que usar el sistema de la escuela ahorita.
No,
la
porque
prepa y
ahorita ya la
secundaria.
escuela de Vado está llena. La de Mezquite la cerraron, la pusieron más para arriba, también ya está llena la escuela. Entonces, ¿qué va a pasar?
Esa es otra respuesta técnica que nosotros no tenemos respuesta para usted. Pero al tiempo que lleve todo esto a cabo, ¿verdad? Porque no les hemos dado permiso para nada. Esas preguntas se van a poner al frente de los comisionados del condado y las personas que están encargados de la prepa y la escuela y la secundaria. Pero no le tengo respuesta ahorita.
Como le digo, nos pusieron, el drenaje iba a ser para esa comunidad. Y nada, que porque estábamos en hoyo, pero estamos a nivel de la carretera. Entonces, permítame, entonces, donde pusieron drenaje es en Salsipuedes. Allá son puras bajadas, subidas, bajadas, y a ellos sí les pusieron el drenaje. Y nosotros que estamos a nivel de la carretera, se nos negó.
Mire, yo le dispense, yo le juro a usted que por favor hable con Albert y con el Departamento de Comunidad, ¿verdad? Y esas preguntas son, no tengo respuesta para usted,
Yo
señora
sé, pues sí, pues.
y me dispensa que no puedo decir
Sure.
sí o no, pero ya sabemos que el costo para poner drenaje ya lo han estudiado y va a estar muy caro.
Apenas nos dimos cuenta que sí teníamos el porcentaje de dinero para arreglar toda la Mustang. ¿Y qué se hizo ese dinero? Se
Otra respuesta,
desapareció.
no tengo respuesta para eso
Se
también.
desapareció.
Okay. Mrs. Martinez and I were discussing
Y, oh,
several issues, and they've already been. One is flies, dust, and all of that with the dairy. But I told her, I said that has already been discussed, and the people that are coming in, buyer beware. The next thing is on the septic tank as opposed to domestic sewer. I said that Paul just told us, and I translated to her, that it's not economically feasible to address this issue at this time. So this is where we are.
nos callaron nomás con
Sí.
ponernos
No, está
una
bien.
calle bonita.
No, pues mire,
Y ya, y lo que era del dinero del cesspool, del drenaje,
pues dispense, mire, esas preguntas yo no tengo respuesta para ellas. ¿Ok?
sí, yo sé.
Me dispensa mucho, pero le aprecio mucho sus comentarios y bienvenido aquí al condado. Gracias.
Oh, gracias.
Pase buenos días.
Igualmente.
Okay. Mr. Boyer, please step forward. Please step forward so we can hear you.
You're already
No, you
sworn
don't
in.
have to. Go ahead.
For the record, I was born and raised in Votto, been there all my life, been involved in just about everything that happened, including the dairies and my struggles against the dairies for years. But I'd like to go on record and say that the DeRuiter Dairies has been good actors. There's never one that I know of been a violation. They've always been very environmental friendly, and I have nothing but praise to say to his dad, Ed, and his company. They were good actors, and I think they would not be a problem in any community. And
right.
we were glad to have them in our community. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. Mr. DeRuiter made comment on that, right? You got a response? Well, thank you very much. All right, thank you. We got the dust settled on this one. All right. Okay, I'm going to close it to the gallery. Any questions of staff, commissioners? And I hope that I translated correctly. Did everybody understand? All right. Okay.
Mr. Chair, just real quickly, I know Albert had something to say. Do you just have anything else before we move on?
No, I mean, I was just going to clarify, the lady that was up here in the front, she was under the impression that the subdivision in itself is going to have sewer, and they're not. They're on septic.
All right.
That was the main point she was trying to make.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'm going to move approval of Z24-001.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor and it's second. Any discussion on the motion? No discussion. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Zarges,
Yes.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lear,
Yes.
Vice Chair Zerniak,
Yes.
Chair Acosta.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you. Okay, case number,
That one's been removed.
The case has been moved.
okay, case number SU 23-030.
Chair, that one's going to be postponed till
I'm
February
sorry?
22nd. That one's going to be postponed to February 22nd.
All right, sorry, okay.
Administrative.
Administrative approvals?
Administrative approvals.
Well, administrative rules, item number 6. Janine?
Chair, we have done today. We'll have the building permitting maps at the next meeting.
¿Sí pasaron lo de las casas?
Sí pasaron, sí, señora.
Entonces, ustedes están dispuestos a ponernos drenaje, poner ponernos escuela nueva?
No puedo decirle sí ni no. Va a tener que venir con el Departamento de Comunidad. ¿Ok?
Subdivision application as well. So the public will have another opportunity to participate.
Que no es justo, mire, allá junto a la General Dollar no pidieron opiniones.
Pero mire,
Van a hacer allí casas. ¿Qué van a venir niños acá?
mire, señora Martínez, dispense. Antes de que se vaya para su casa, quiero que hable con Albert y le van a dar el proceso para la otra junta. ¿Ok? Y así ya lleva usted más respuestas y para las diferentes gentes que viven en su comunidad. ¿Ok?
Sí, porque están destrozando las poquitas parcelas que tenemos.
Ok.
No sé si el señor le están dando más agua de acá de la...
Señora Martínez, Albert le puede hablar con usted.
Está bien.
Nos están cobrando más y más cada año y nos están dando nomás 2 o 3 riegos cuando eran 8 riegos.
Albert, can you help her, please? Staff input. Janine, staff input.
Mr. Chair, we just wanted to give you an update on the CRUA zoning project. We did have the public input meetings last night and Tuesday. We got a fair turnout. We had 14 people on Tuesday and 6 on Wednesday. Just a lot of questions. Dan Brown was there, and he's a developer, of course, and the property that he owns is being proposed for D1L. And of course, he liked the previous zoning, which was PUD1, which allowed commercial and residential. But we're doing away with that. So I suggested to him that he submit a proposal where we can address some commercial applications for him, and perhaps the mixed-use zoning would work for him and his area. But when we went to our initial public hearings in 2018, we did propose that entire area for MU zoning, which is mixed-use zoning, and we got a lot of complaints from the neighbors, particularly their concern with that zoning is not predictable. So, which is why we went to mainly residential, and it is the area behind the country club area, behind the gates. So I think that was the main concern that we got. Some of the neighbors, one woman in particular, wasn't fond of manufactured housing in the D1L, and we did explain to her that it is a state statute that we have to treat manufactured homes the same as single-family residential. So her concern was changing that. I did tell her that that would have to be a legislative action with the senators and congressmen and what else. Charlene, did you have something to share?
Oh, people were thinking that they were taking their land.
Yeah. Mhm. We had one gentleman, it was Zone T2, he said, "Why are you taking my land?" And, no, we're not taking, and he had his attorney there.
Sure.
As present, so he did bring his attorney. And I think by the time they left, he was pleased, because he has farmland, and he did not want really anything more than that.
And then,
And the people that showed up were large landowners as well. We had Mr. Provencio and Mr. Gutierrez, and they owned quite a bit of property on Arroyo Lane, alluvial area,
okay.
so.
And then on item number 8, Dr. Zerniak and I were discussing the possibility of having a work session.
Yes, we did talk to Dr. Zernick beforehand. His concern is with the village district zoning as well. But yes, we can certainly have a public, a work session. And I was thinking that we could do it on February 15th, which is a week from today. We do have the chambers already reserved for that time for DRC. I don't believe DRC will be having a meeting that day. Or the other possibility is Tuesday, the 21st.
Well,
The chambers are available.
It does, all commissioners, do you have, is the 15th okay with you, or?
So next Tuesday or Thursday?
I can make the 15th work, Mr. Chair.
Wait, 9 till 12, or?
On the
Regular-
15th? And you'll send us an email, right?
Okay,
Yeah.
good. That'll work out perfect then.
Okay.
Right. And item number 9, Chair entertains a motion for adjournment.
So moved. Let's go.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion? No
No, sir.
discussion? Okay. Meeting's adjourned.